So once again, big greetings to Haganau Reserve here at Box Hill Athletic Club, hosting Milers Club meet number 3 of the 2023-24 season. Happy New Year to everyone. First one for the 24 calendar year. So a big welcome also to our live stream audience. So tonight, Athletics Exclusive once again will be providing live stream coverage throughout the course of the evening. All 43 events will be covered. At the end of the next few days, you'll see all of them start to then appear on the Victorian Milers Club YouTube channel. Each individual race will also be up there. Live results will be operating once again via the AV Results Hub, so you can check in throughout the evening. Shortly after each event, you'll see the live results coming through. And we do ask that all athletes check in at least 15 minutes prior to the scheduled start of their event. We do want to try and, with the 43 race program, it's going to be pretty busy and it's a very tight schedule. So can you please make sure you are checking in on time and being down at the start line within at least 5 minutes before the scheduled start of your event, so our starters marshal can get you in the lanes and ready to go. Competition just about to get underway, so the track must be now totally cleared. No more warming up on the track, so we have the track totally cleared, both front straight and back straight. Our competition due to start in about 2 minutes' time.
No one in lane 2. Oh, okay, I can see what's happening.
A busy 43 race program here for Milers Club meet number 3. And let's kick off. We must start with race number 1, and it is the M Open 800 for the men. Station 1, we have from Old Scotch, Jaden Milley. Station 2, from Wellington Athletics, it's Robert Knowles. In 3, from Glen Huntley, Jorge Gerardo Acosta Montes. Station 5 from Wellington, it is Charlie Strawn. Next to him, his teammate from Wellington is Thomas Canavan. In 7 from Ballerine, it is Naveed Rashid. In 8, we have Thomas Scott. Station 9, we have Henry Parker. Station 10 is Luigi de Moraes Padovani. And in 11, from Richmond Harriers, Austin Mates. They're our starters in the men's M 800 metres.
On your marks.
So once again, a little bit of a mix of the experienced and inexperienced, a few of the youngsters in this race. And it's on the inside there, Jaden Milley from Old Scotch. Looks like he will be setting a bit of the pace there. Acosta Montes going to the outside and now starting to drift across. And then it's the line of 3 Wellington athletes, one in the 3rd, 4th, 5th position. So once again, really good to see the Wellington athletes travelling from Gippsland up for this meet in very big numbers. But out front, Millie going through the 200-metre mark now, about 36 seconds. Acosta Mendez just sticking in beautifully with him. So it's Strawn and Canavan in next positions. And then we're seeing a move there from Henry Parker. It's in the Essendon Littles uniform. Naveed Rashid, he's in the red of Ballerine. And just to the inside of him is Thomas Scott. Coming through, seed times here around the 2:30 mark are our top seed. So you'd expect about a 70, 71. They're going to be slightly ahead of that. So 69 seconds opening lap there for Jaden Millie. Thomas Canavan's in the next position. Now we're seeing Knowles make a little bit of a move to the outside. A little bit of a gap back then to Luigi Damares Padovani. And also Austin Mates coming through now to get the bell. So Austin's coming through with a 3:20 seed time, and he's well ahead of that at the moment. Down the back straight, it's still our young man from Old Scotch, Jaden Millie. He's got a 2:40 time to his name, and he's well and truly looking better than that here today. Jorge Gerardo Costa Montes not too far behind. Then a little bit of a gap there to Strawn. Oh, sorry, that's Canavan, I think. Knowles in next position. Rashid sitting beautifully right there on the back of Robert Knowles as they're coming through into the home straight. Now, we have had a change of lead. Acosta Montes has made the move there on the young man from Old Scotch. So Jorge Gerardo coming into the home straight. He's coming in for seed time of 2:35. He's going to be well and truly under that today, but also let's get behind Jaden Millie. He's really set this race up early. And we're just ticking on to 2:20 now, so great run here from Acosta Montes. He's going to stop the clock at about 2:25, so about 10 seconds ahead of schedule. Massive PB there for Millie. And then we have Thomas Canavan, 2:33, so a PB for him. Rashid coming through next, 2:37's his time, so his best that. Also coming through Knowles and Strawn. Parker up there, Scott. Big run here from Damares Padovani. 2:47 was his best time, so he's right on that. And Austin Mates just coming around the top bend now. 3:20, as I said, is his time coming through. So let's see if we can get Austin under that time as he's into the home straight now for the last time. Bit of a headwind down the home straight, unfortunately, for the 800 runners. But Austin Mates still holding on beautifully there. So 3:10, let's get him in under the 3:20. Well done, Austin. Great run here. So he's going to be well and truly under that 3:20 mark. So Austin Mates, 3:16, 3:17. And that's the field for the M800. Seven starters in the men's L 800 metres, and they are Fletcher Watts in Station 2. Nathan Mifsud from Melbourne University, he is in Station 3. In 6, we have from Glen Huntly, Lucas Hilkema. In 7, from Old Scotch, Mark Ballantyne. Station 8, from South Melbourne, Finn Meehan. Station 9, it is Noah Al-Houli. And in Station 10, from Glen Huntly, Christian Burke. They're our 7 starters in the L men's 800 metres.
On your marks.
So fast start there, Fletcher Watts on the inside. Also to the outer lanes there, Christian Burke with Glen Huntly. He's got a 2:30 to his name and really pushing that pace out early. So I think as they go through those orange cones on the fast side of the track, it'll be Christian Burke leading the way. Watts will settle into the next position. Right behind him will be Hilkema. And then from Old Scotch, we have got Mark Ballantyne. So a big break there from Christian Burke. So 2:30. is his time. He's just going through there at about 32, 33 seconds through that 200. So a good opening 200 there for Burke. But now the field's starting to come together a little bit more as Fletcher Watts brings through Hilkema. Ballantyne just off the back of him. Now we're seeing Mifsud just making a little bit of a move. He's going past Al Hooley, and then Meehan at the rear of the field as they come into the home straight. So a bit of a headwind as they come in now, and we're just seeing the stronger body there of Fletcher Watts, but he decides, I think I'll just sit in behind for this part of the race. Hilkema and Ballantyne are with him, but Ballantyne's the one who decides he's going to make a little bit of move down that home straight. So 70 seconds there. Good move by Ballantyne. That was very brave in the headwind. He's certainly gone for it. Meehan and Al Hooley at the rear of the field, but Ballantyne moving beautifully. Now we're seeing Fletcher Watts decide he's going to go a little bit stronger here. He's just coming alongside Burke. Hilkema trying to get on, and Mifsud's running a very well-judged race, just in no man's land at the moment, but moving beautifully down the back straight. So for Burke, he's now got a little bit of company, but that's been good for him as they go through the 600 metres. Watts looks the stronger as they go, and now he makes his move. Just waited for that 600 metre mark, and Watts is really stretched out there. Burke coming back into the picture, but then again, it is Ballantyne who surges forward on the inside, and as we can see, Mifsud is now starting to take a few scalps on this second lap. But into the home straight now. Big dash at the 200 metre mark. Fletcher Watts comes in with a 2:25 time. He's going to be well and truly under that, so hopefully another PB here this evening at Milers Club, and it's going to be right on that 2:20 mark, I think, here for Fletcher Watts. 2:21 thereabouts. Mifsud, as I said, well-judged race here. He's going to come through for second. I'd say that might have been Burke on the outside, just ahead of Ballantyne. Hitting the 2:30 mark now as Hilkema comes through. Meehan will be next one through. And then it will be Al Hooley. That doesn't.
And coming back behind you. It's all right. They haven't put him out on track yet. Relax. Oh, is it? Thank you. We can't afford many of those.
Just a few little technical glitches upstairs. We're going to do manual timing for this event, which is the first of our female events for the evening, and it's the women's 800 metres. We have 9 starters. Lexi Guinea from Old Zavarians is in 1. Peyton Cobain in station 2. Next to her from Old Scotch, Alana Turner in 3. Jade Holden's in 4. Jasmina Mihaljevic is in 5. Zali Metcalf from Wellington in 6. Sapphire Pratt in 7. Angela Coleman from Wellington in 8. And in 10, Amelie Lagou from Old Zavarians.
On your marks.
So a field of 9. So this is the first female race for the evening. On the inside there we have Guinea. Cobain's next to her. And we've got Turner, and I think it is Holden is making a little bit of a move with the outer lanes there. I think that will be Angela Coleman. So as they settle, looks like it will be Coleman. Then Holden. A little bit of gap there. Mihaljevic in the South Melbourne colours. But a good lead here, 35 seconds opening lap here. Seed times ranging around that 2:45 through to a bit over 3 minutes, 3.5 minutes. But yeah, big lead here for the Wellington runner. I think that, we'll just try and identify as they come through. It is Metcalf. So Zali Metcalf leading the way. She's got a seed time of 2:52. So Zali looking very strong into the home straight first time. Holden still going along very nicely as well. But Zali Metcalf in the Wellington colours leading the way and coming through very strongly. So that's 72 seconds, so very strong start there. It is Holden in next position. Mihaljevic in next. Then from Old Scotch we've got Turner. Also Cobain. Next one up there, Sapphire Pratt. Lexi Guinea in next position. Angela Coleman and Amelie Lagou. But out front, very impressive running here from Zali Metcalf from the Wellington Club. So 2:52 the seed time. Can absolutely shatter that one here this evening. So 2 minutes on the clock now. Zali Metcalf from the Wellington Athletic Club looking strong, no sign of weakening at all over this second lap. And let's get behind her as she comes into this home straight. I'm sure the Wellington crowd will urge on their teammates. So 2:16 on the clock, very impressive. But not to be outdone, Jade Holden. This is a good run from her as well. Mihaljevic starting to bear down though, but a great run here. Zali Metcalf takes it out. Going to be about 20 seconds ahead of PB, so a huge run there for Metcalf. Hopefully we'll run her up the grades next time she's running at Milers Club. But Jade Holden, she's got a 2:48 PB, so she's going to be a little bit under that, I think. It's going to be close. Also Mihaljevic, she's on a 2:47, so good run from her, the young lady from South Melbourne Littles. Big finish there from Alana Turner. She's going to be right on 2:55 her seed time. So in these conditions, that's good going. Peyton Cobain right on the line there with Sapphire Pratt, finishing about that 2:55. And then we have Guinea in next position. Amelie Lagou, those are the two Old Zavarians next up here in this 800 metres. And Angela Coleman, she'll be one completing the journey here over 800 in our women's 800 metres.
So what we're going to have to do is get someone, possibly me, when he staples them, get him aside and I'll grab him and take him up. Where's the bond? Where's the bond? Okay. Yeah, that's all right. I'll find it. I'm assuming that's where she is, because these results I'm going to take up to her.
So next up, it is the men's K 800 metres. Benji Carfort from Eagle Hawks in 1. Henry Buckley is in 2. In 3 from Chilwell, Ranveer Cambo. In Station 4, we have Simon Neal. Oscar Woodhouse from Wellington's in 5. David Woods from Coburg is in 6. Jasper McKenna, South Melbourne in 7. In 8, we have Marcus Sidoritis. In 9, it is Cooper Ill, and that from Glen Huntley. And that is our field of 9 in the men's K 800 metres.
On your marks.
So a fairly even start. Through the middle, it looks like it might be Woodhouse from Wellington making a move, but also we've got Cambo from Chilwell going along quite nicely. Buckley might just be to the inside of him. Then we've got Carfort from in the Eagle Hawk colours, the 2 blues. Simon Neal also in good position early. Nice little move there. We'll try and pick up who that is. Just starting forward there at the 200 metre mark. It is Woodhouse from Wellington leading the way. He's a 2:15 runner. So Simon Neal just going to the outside as they're coming into the home straight. Carford going very wide just ahead of McKenna there. Cambo in the middle. Woods just sticking on the rails at the moment with Buckley. It will be Neal leading the way through. So Neal leads. Cambo now making his move as they hear the sound of the bell. So Cambo comes in with 2:18 time. So Cambo really starting to stride out beautifully here. Woodhouse wanting to mount the challenge. I think that might be Buckley starting to make the moves too in that yellow Steigen uniform. Gap then to McKenna and also Woods. But out front, Cambo made the move just past the line when he heard that bell. Woodhouse looking very strong at the moment. I'm impressed by Carfoot too because he's really moved through beautifully in the mid stages. Buckley going with him. So Vanvick, Cambo coming into the home straight. Good battle on behind him. Cambo looks like he's done enough to take this one out, but Buckley's storming home. Cambo starting to feel the bear on the back as he comes in. It's going to be a big run from Cambo. He'll take it. Buckley in second. Then it was Woodhouse, Barfoot, McKenna. Neal comes through next. Then Woods. Sidoritis in next position. And Cooper Ill from Glen Huntley rounds out the field. Very good racing there. And Ranveer Cambo just holding on to take out the race in a very good time. Well ahead of the 2:18 seed.
This is 6, 7, 8. They're all full beats.
Let's get him out there. Yep, get him going. Only one missing, number 8. The field, let's see, introduce the field now for the J800 for men. Trent Hartshaw from Box Hill will be taking station number 1. William Hughes from Mornington's in 2. Jack Davenport, Sandringham in 3. Dylan Littlejohn from Diamond Valley in 4. Raj Cambo from Chilwell in 5. Then we have Tim Halpin in 6. Dustin Bianacki from Melbourne University, he's in station 7. Kai Bunyard from Diamond Valley in 9. And Henry Kerr-Lewis from Old Scotch 10. And rounding out the field from Athletics Essendon, Sebastian Moore in 11. So if Tim Halpin and also Trent Hartshaw could report to the starting line. We're about to start your race.
Waiting or not?
Alpin, are you having a run? Your event is on the line, ready to go.
happy?
Trent Hartshorn, are you here? We're trying to get this race underway.
So you're on the straight white line. Rocket, happy? Thanks, runners. On your marks.
Away now, the J800 for men. On the outside there, we've got Kai Bunyard from Diamond Valley. So 2:11 top seed for this race. So I'd expect him to go through that 200 around the 30-second mark. And it's Dylan Littlejohn who's striding beautifully down the back straight. Helping now starting to move into second position. Bunyard to the outside there. Then we have Jack Davenport in next position. So a few of our more experienced runners out front, and right on that 30-second mark, Littlejohn really moving strongly around the top bend. The rest of the field just settling in nicely. Henry Kerr-Lewis making a bit of a move in the midfield there just to settle himself into that fifth position. Just behind him is Sebastian Moore from Essendon. So Dylan Littlejohn from the Diamond Valley Athletic Club going through right on the 60-second mark. So high 60s, helping in next position. Then we've got Davenport. The moves are starting to come now. I see William Hughes starting to have a little bit of a go. Cambo from the back of the field wants to make his move. Just gone past Dustin Biernacki. But out front, it is Littlejohn still out by about 35 metres over Tim Halpin. Davenport in third. Cambo now starting to make his move around the outside. Also the young man from Essen there, Sebastian Moore, going strongly down the back straight. So Littlejohn very aggressive early, 200 metres to go. Can he hold on to this because that pack is still together? So Littlejohn leads. Now we're seeing Cambo have a real good go here. I reckon they've got Littlejohn in their sights as he goes round the steeplechase for the last time. So it's Cambo and also Kerr-Lewis. Also coming strongly will be Bunyard from Diamond Valley. Anything could happen in this race, and I don't think it's over. Littlejohn still leads, but those legs are giving away. His teammate Bunyard seems to be the one who's leading the charge. Littlejohn still in the lead. Bunyard coming home strong, as well as Cambo, and also it is Moore, but it will be Bunyard. Littlejohn holds on beautifully. Gee, good times there. 2:17 the round out time, but gee, some good racing there. And Kai Bunyard from Diamond Valley takes the J, a very entertaining J 800 metres for men. So we will introduce the field. We're just getting a little bit behind schedule, so let's get ready for our next race, which is the women's H 800 metres, and we have a full field of 10, and they are in Station 1, Indiana O'Brien. Station 2, Emily Wetzels from Glen Huntly. From Old Scotch, we have Annabelle Atkins in 3. From Old Severians, Di Guinea in 4. Station 5, from Nunawading, it's Lara Richards. In 6, from Box Hill, Carolyn Fox. In 7, we have got Lily Marizzato from Wellington. And in 8, we have Emma Lynch. Station 9 from Mentone, Ruby Bragg. And in Station 10 from Wellington, Evie Jones. They are our starters. 10 starters in the women's H 800.
On your marks.
So the Nunawading runner there in Richards looking strong in the midfield. On the inside there, we've got Anna O'Brien. She's in the Collingwood Little Athletics uniform. Just to the outside of her is Wetzels from Glen Huntly. No one really wants to take the lead here, I don't think. Carolyn Fox sitting beautifully in that mid-pack, but it will be young Lara Richards. She's got a 2:40 time, so we'll be looking just under the 80-second mark. I reckon 76, they'll be looking for that opening lap here. But it is strong running there from Richards as she leads the pack through in about 37 seconds through the opening 200. Good bunch field, this one. seeing a little bit of a gap there between 3 and 4. As Fox just edges alongside Richards as they come into the home straight. And this is where they'll feel the breeze. So someone's got to lead, someone's got to push that pace. And it will be Richards from Nunawading doing just that. Wetzel's going very wide as they come into the home straight, starting to pass. Guinea well positioned midfield. The inside of her, I think that might be Jones. Marizado's sitting in good position too, in third position. So right on, just under the 80-second mark for the whole, 81 seconds at the rear of the field. So it's a really tight bunched field, this one. It's exactly what we want to see at Milers Club. And I reckon that might be Emma Lynch starting to make a move through in the black uniform. So Guinea also going past Richards. Still a little gap then to Marizado. And then it is from the Mentone Club, Ruby Bragg. But outside, I think that might be Lynch starting to make her move. So Lynch leads from Guinea. Fox still moving beautifully. Then a little bit of a gap to Richards and Marizado. Gap then to Bragg. Now we're seeing O'Brien being joined by Annabelle Atkins in the Scotch uniform. But out front, strong run down the back straight there from Emma Lynch. She's got a 2:44 time. So I think we're going to see her around that 2:40 mark. She's got about 20 seconds to do the last 100. Guinea's moving very strongly. Fox in next position. Looks like a nice finish then from Marizado as well as they're into the home straight. Lynch looking good, but Guinea might have a little bit more momentum. But I think Lynch has probably done enough here. Big finish from Marizado though. So it's going to be a sub 2:40. Great running there for Lynch. Marizado, big strong finish from her. Also from Bragg. Then we see the early leader there and Richards come through. Jones is next one through, but whole field in under the 2:50 mark there. So great running in the women's 800 metres.
Simon, Kevin's next to you. Number's on the wrong side.
Let's move on to our next race. It is the men's 800 metres. And we have yet again a full field here of 10. Station 1 from the Williamstown Athletic Club, it is Mitchell Parks. Carl Schapp from Western Athletics lines up in Station 2. In 3 from Melbourne University, Cameron Lee. Representing the home club here, Box Hill, James Martino is in Station 4. From Athletics Essendon, Christian Knox is in 5. Benjamin Purser from Doncaster is in 6. Kieran Barker from Box Hill in 7. From Williamstown, we have Riley Parks in 8. Thomas Scott from Mentone is in 9. From Melbourne University, Paris Gadsden in 10.
On your marks.
So we're looking around that 2.7 through to 2.10 mark. Fairly evenly seeded race, this one. And it's Lee from Melbourne University doing the early moves. Alongside him, it is Martino. To the outside, Purser's moving beautifully down the back straight. And we have one of the Parks on the inside, and I'll say that's Mitchell. But at the front, nice opening stanza here from Lee. So they've got them all moving. Thomas Scott's sitting at the back of the field, but we know this young man has got plenty of ticker, so he's just going to try and hang on to the back of that pack. Gadsden in next position just ahead of him. So Purser sitting nicely behind Lee at the moment. The two Parks boys on the rails. Then we've got Christian Knox, and remember Christian from our last meet here did a lot of the pacing duties, so good to see Christian actually jumping in for a race this afternoon here at Box Hill. But Lee's going to take them through right on the 60-second mark. Purser, then Martini, then it is Mitchell Parks. A little bit of a gap there. We can see Barker from Box Hill moving well, then Schapp. So Scott's just got to hold his composure over this second lap. But out front, Lee's done all the leading. Martino looking strong in that third position, is just bearing down on Purser. Then the two Parks boys, which is Mitchell, followed by Riley. Out front, race in 3. So 1:32 through the 600. So it's going to be a shade over the 2-minute mark. And now we're seeing Martino really starting to fire up. So Martino comes alongside Lee, who's done all of the leading, and I think Martino looking the goods here. So into the home straight first will be the Box Hill boy in James Martino. Purser just finds another gear. Then the Parks boys working together. Barker in next position. And then Shap. But into the home straight. I'd called it a bit early there because Purser had another gear or 2 or 3. And it will be Benjamin Purser takes it. About the 205, 206. Lee did all the leading. He'll be rewarded for sub 210 there. Gadsden will be next one through. So Knox and Scott, they'll come through around the 216 mark. But a good win there by Ben Purser, taking out the 800 metres. As we wait for the next race to get on, let's just remind you that word on. They on are here, our major sponsors for the Victorian Milers Club and Athletics Victoria. So Lockie from Aspinall from On is over in the On tent. Next to him, Runner's Paradise. So if you do want to purchase any spikes, we're getting really good raps about these On spikes, then certainly make your way over to On to have a chat to Lockie. And also have a chat to Danny from A Runner's Paradise, because he is selling plenty of stuff over there in the tent. So make sure you go and have a play around with those On shoes and the On spikes. And let's see if we can have you wearing them at Milers Club in a meet soon. Next event on the track will be the H800 metres for men, and we have a full field of 10. Ben Forster from St Kevin's lines up in Station 1. Next to him from the Collingwood Harriers, it is Lachlan Warwick. In 3 from Glen Huntley, Ethan Miller. 4 from Ballarat Harriers, Oakley Burge. In 5 from Box Hill, Mackie Morrison. In 6, Harry Older from Ringwood. Great run from Harry at the last meet here at Box Hill. Suthan Sujeendran from Glen Huntley is in 7. From Old Zavarians, we have Alexandra Bain in 8. And then we have Chris Dwyer in 9. And rounding out the field from Athletics Nunawading, Shevin Hiriachi in 10. So a seeding range of 206 to 207. This should be very tight. On the inside, Forster looking strong, and I think he'll lead them out towards that first 200 metre split as they go through the cones. So Warwick also moving well, and then we're seeing the tall figure there from Morrison in the black uniform just coming alongside Forster as they approach the 200 metre mark. So about 28 seconds through. Now they're all settling. Dwyer sitting at the rear of the field at the moment. Brain next to him, but there's not much separating. And as we've seen in plenty of these races, a lot will happen on this second lap. So into the home straight first time, Ben Forster, he's a 207 seed, leading the way. Suthan Sujeendran to the outside there. Warwick to the inside. Elder just biding his time, and now we're seeing Dwyer making a move down the side. But Forster leads them through just over the minute mark. Bird sitting at the rear of the field, but starting to move through with Hediarachi. But out front, Ben Forster still leads the way. Warwick looking strong in that third position and coming alongside Morrison into the back straight where they're going to get the tailwind. 7 Hidriachi making a very big move. Oakley Burge deciding to go with him. So 2 of our younger runners. Harry Older also going. Great to see the young talent really on show here. And Hidriachi, what a move from him. Not sure if Burge has got the legs to go with him. Morrison's still there. Now Elder goes. So the Ringwood athlete now moving into third position, but it doesn't look like Morrison's going to let him in. Now Burge is having another go. Hidirachi went really strong down that back straight, but out front it is still Ben Forster, so he's just a class above in this field. He's finishing very strongly, so big run here, Ben Forster. So 2:07's his seed time. We're going to have him right on that 2-minute mark. Might be just over. Then it's going to be Elder and big run from Burge. I'd give that Elder on the inside. Morrison, Hedirachi, then a big strong finish from Miller. Warwick in next position, Sujendran, Dwyer and Brain. So great run there by Ben Forster, but some exciting runs from some of our younger runners, including Burge and also Elder. So a few names to watch there. Hedirachi, what a run from him. Didn't have the legs in the last 100, but gee, he made a good move down that back straight. Women's G, 800 metres, another full field of 10. Kate Seibel from Glen Huntley is in 1. Charlotte Gray from Athletics Essendon 2. From Wellington, we have Darcy Knowles. She is in Station 3. Representing South Melbourne, Freya Mivens in 4. From Melbourne Girls Grammar, Shu Ying Jiang. She is in 5. Christina Nikovsky from Yarra Rangers lines up in Station 6. From Sandringham, Millie Williams in 7. From Glen Huntley, Surapija Sujendran is in 8. Eliza Nelson from Ivanhoe, she is in Station 9. And in Station 10, from Mentone, Sarah Hastings. 10 starters, the Women's G, 800 metres.
On your marks.
So we saw a good run from Jiang in the last Milers Club. I think she took victory there. One of the Melbourne Girls Grammar contingent. I've seen them quite prevalent at Milers Club this year. Coached by the Australian great athlete, Jeff Risley, who will be featuring in the action here this evening. Now we're seeing a little bit of a move there from Darcy Knowles. Just on the inside, taking the lead there. Jiang still just to the outside of her. Gee, they're bunched at the moment. Will the pace go off as a result? Let's have a look. They're going through in about 36 seconds. And I think Sujendran's the one who's now taken the pace. Hastings just to the outside of her. So I think the pace went off a bit, and then Sujendran just decided, I'm going to take this because we don't want to slow down too much. They're here for PBs. It's not about race wins at Milers Club. It's all about the time. So Sujendran leading. Hastings sitting to the outside. Very wide running there from Miven at the moment in South Melbourne colours. Nikovsky's just sitting in beautifully. On the rails, we have got Jiang, so nice move from her to sit in. Now she goes to the outside, but it is the Essendon runner there and Charlotte Gray who makes the move. Nikovsky and Jiang starting to go with them. Now seeing Millie Williams in the Sandringham colours starting to come through as well. Miven goes wide to start to go around as well as Sujendran starts to drop back into the field. But out front, it is Charlotte Gray from Essendon. 2:34 is her best time. Jiang, very impressive runner here at Milers Club at the last 2 meets. Hastings comes in as one of the slower seeds, but she's running really well here today, Sarah Hastings from Mentone. But out front, Charlotte Gray Hastings looking the danger, but Jiang is very strong over the last 200. Nikovsky and Williams in next position. Then a little bit of a gap back to Knowles. But out front, Gray. Hastings moves into second. Jiang's now just got to go with her. Williams just goes past Nikovsky, so lots happening as they go into the final stage of this 800 metres. Charlotte McRae made the big move, but it could be Sarah Hastings, who was the bottom seed, I think, of the event, coming through nicely around the last bend here. Hastings to the outside, just starting to stride through. She's come through for 2:40 seed time. She's going to be well ahead of that. So it's Hastings ahead of Gray. Jiang still battling on beautifully. Nice run from Williams from Sandringham as well as Nikovsky for 2:29. Great run for Hastings. Then we have Gray, Jiang, Williams. Nikovsky comes through in a 2:33 thereabouts. Good run from Ivanhoe's Nelson as well as Sujendran. Then Knowles, Mivan, Seibold. Next up, men's G, 800 metres. We've got 8 starters. Nathan Crowley from Bendigo University. He'll line up in Station 1. Guy Frick from Collingwood Harriers is in 3. Ethan Bloss, Kilos and Burners, Station 4. Seb Vandenbrink is in 5. Oscar Gray from Glen Huntley is in Station 6. Jared Cripps, Diamond Valley in 8. Harvey McInnes in 9. And Lachlan Thomas from Athletics Chilwell is in Station 10.
I think he should be a 9. No, Glen Huntley was 6, so I think this is the 9. Turn it around, please. Yeah, that's 9. You can read it as 9, but we can't. I know. And I put my name badge on it, so I can read it.
So a slight delay as we adjust one of our hip numbers. So remember, hip numbers on the right. So ready to go, men's G, 800 metres, 8 starters.
On your marks.
So Crowley on the inside, sub 2 minute runner, just dropping himself back in this heat because he's had a little bit of COVID, I think. Still fairly prevalent. I think Vandenbrink looking strong to the outside and Gray moving into the lead position. Now Crowley starts to push his way through. That's experience. So Crowley positions himself beautifully there, just off the back of Gray as they go through in about 28 seconds through the 200. Very well bunched at the moment. Frick just sitting at the back of the field in the Collingwood Harriers uniform, but that's not a bad spot to be as they lead through and head into the wind for the first time here. To the outside there, Lachlan Thomas from Chilwell going the wide line here as they come into the home straight. Vandenbrink not too far behind him. So McInnes also going wide. Cripps right in his shadow. As we see the young man from Chilwell, Lachlan Thomas, leads them through. So that's 61, high 61s, I think. Gray in next position, then Vandenbrink. Gap then to Crowley. Not far behind him is McInnes. Frick in next position, then Bloss, and then Cripps. But out front, Oscar Gray, Glenn Huntley, striding beautifully down the back straight. Bit of a race in 3 here. Thomas still trying to hang on. Vandenbrink just off the back of him. Quite a sizable gap now to McInnes and also Frick. So through the 600. No change out front as they come through. There could be Vandenbrink looking strong as he starts to edge into the outer lanes coming into the home straight. Gray's taking the shortest possible line on the inside, but Vandenbrink goes up a gear or 2. Gray still looking strong. Vandenbrink's got a lot of work to do if he wants to pass Gray because their form's so good. 1:59 on the clock. It's going to be a fast time here from Gray. He's given it everything. 2:02. Great run from Vandenbrink as well on the 2:02s. Nice running there from Scott. Then McInnes, Frick through next, Cripps, and then Bloss. Men's F 800 metres, Jet Schofield, Wellington is in 1. From Mornington Peninsula, Sebastian Farrelly, Station 2. Sebastian Dayan from Old Zavarians, he lines up in 3. From Melbourne University, we have Zenkong Zhao in 4. In 5, from Gippsland Athletics, it is Jack Dodorico. In 6, from Williamstown Athletics, Jed Gibney. Station 7, from Mentone, Alexander Rudar. In 8, from Wellington Athletics, Riley Stewart. In 9, from Glenn Huntley, Angus Brown. And in 10, from the ACT, we welcome Oliver Vidaic.
On your marks. Stand up. Yeah, I just saw you again.
So let's bring our runners back onto the starting line again.
Unsteady, no breaks.
So a little bit of unsteadiness. We'll have them all line up once again.
On your marks.
So away cleanly this time. So Dodorico in the Gippsland Athletic colours. Comes from a bit of a pro running background, also a bit of football. So let's see how strong he is over this 800 metres. Riley Stewart to the outside of him, another one of our Gippsland runners, but in the Wellington uniform. So it's a Gippsland 1, 2, 3, as we see Jet Schofield settling into 3rd position, but Farrelly just sitting to the outside of him. A little bit of gap there to Dayan. Nice running there from Vidaic on the black, just making a bit of a move around the outside. So it is Dodorico's leading the way here. Not much form over on him coming out of the pro ranks. Very hard to get real times, obviously. But Dodorico deciding he's got to take the boys through into the home straight the first time and into that headwind. So Dodorico leads. Stewart in next position. Farrelly looking strong. Now we're seeing a bit of a move from the Melbourne Uni runner there in Shao. But Dodorico takes them through. 58 seconds. Stewart, Schofield, Farrelly, Dayan, Zhao. Now we're seeing Gibney move through. Vidake in next position, and then Ruda. It's a long line. No one bunching up at the moment because Dodorico forcing that pace. Stewart being gifted by the sit there, but they go into the back straight, and this is where we see a little bit of a tailwind advantage coming through. Now Stewart decides he's going to make a move, but then he decides he doesn't want to. That allows Farrelly to go to the outside, and also means that Shao really brings in that gap there. So bunch of 6 out front. Now it's Stewart deciding to take his turn out front, and it also is Farrelly looking very smooth as he goes along with him. Dayan just took that opportunity to slip into the next position. Zhao next, and then we have Schofield. But out the back, and it's going to be, I think, Dayan leading them through into the home straight first. Stewart's got the inside running, but Farrelly going strong. This is going to be super close. It's going to be just over the 2 minute mark, but it will be Farrelly just to come forward, just on 2 minutes. Then Dayan, Stewart, Schofield, Zhao, Ruda, Dodorico. Then we have Gibney and Vidake.
Lane 2, back of mark. White and green.
We now move to the F 800 metres for women, which is the Dash for Cash. They're all lining up in legal shoes. So the winner of this event will be taking home $100. And our field is Sophie Senior from Old Scotch is in Station 1. Next to her from Eaglehawk, Talia Blight. From Diamond Valley, we have George Lestrange in 3 and also Grace Robinson in 4. From Sandringham, Amber Lowe is in 5. In 6, Frankie Hyde from Glen Huntley. Station 7 from Eaglehawk, Emily Southern. Station 8 from Yarra Rangers, Rory Jones. Station 9 from Athletics Essendon, it is Jamie Lee Cobain. So 9 starters in the Dash for Cash, the women's F 800 metres.
On your mark.
So $100 on the line here. Nice start there from Lestrange, the taller figure in the Diamond Valley uniform, but Lowe also pushing forward early to the inside of her. That is Hyde from Glen Huntley. Be interesting to see who wants to take the lead here because the $100 is on the line. The outer lane's there. Rory Jones is coming through beautifully. And now we're seeing the young lady from Old Scotch in Sophie Senior push through as well. But I think it might be Jones who takes the lead as they start to settle. So a bit of a stoush out front to take good position here. Just trying to make contact with who that is leading the way, but it is definitely Jones to the outside. I think it's the other Diamond Valley runner there, actually, in Robinson on the inside. Lowe tucked in beautifully on the rails. So Jones to the outside, Robinson to the inside, then Lowe. We can see Blight just taking an outer lane there, and behind her, her teammate from Eaglehawk in Southern. So Robinson just really dueling here with Jones. Lowe's in great position. We've also got Cobain in a nice spot there. So Hyde now running with Blight, but out front no real change. Jones looking quite strong just to the outside, but Lowe's been on the rail the whole way and in protection going into the wind. Cobain's just edging forward, taking with her Senior. Little gap then to Lestrange. Another gap back then to Hyde. But Lowe looking strong here as they're going down the back straight. She's got a seed time of 2:26, which is one of the fastest times. It is actually the fastest time. So Robinson's got a bit of work to do because she's got Amber Lowe on her shoulder. Also, Cobain's worked in nicely to that lead group before. Just got checked as they went through the 600 metre mark. And Senior's just running doggedly there, just trying to keep in touch with that lead group of 4. But out front, it is still Robinson, but Amber Lowe just looming. But Cobain's made a big move. She can probably smell that $100 into the home straight now. And I think Lowe will take the wide lane here, and she does. Robinson goes up a gear, though. She knows she's going to be challenged. Lowe just takes up another 3 or 4 gears. And Amber Lowe looks like she's going to be the one who'll take out the dash for cash here for women. So great running Amber Lowe from Sandringham, 2:27. Good run from Robinson. Cobain in next position, under the 2:30. Nice running there from Jones as well. Senior, Hyde, Lestrange, then Blight and Southern in that order. And that is the women's dash for cash, the F 800 metres taken out by Amber Lowe.
Oh, they've got a lot of scratchings in this one. Or I don't know where lane 3 is. Oh no, he's coming back, Glenn Huntley.
Men's E800 metres, we have 8 starters. Mac Broad from Queensland / Tasmania is in station number 1. From Knox, we have Anjana JLF in 2. From VCCL, Alex Rowe seems to be missing. In 5, we have from Glen Huntley, Liam Michelle. In 6, from Ivanhoe, Alex Link. 7, from Western Athletics, it is Kirk Shanahan. Brady Ryan from Glen Huntley is in 8. And Jasper Russell is in 10.
Yeah, Alex Rowe. We're missing Alex Rowe. Hey, you runners. On your mark.
So underway, unfortunately, former Australian record holder Alex Rowe is a late scratching. And out front we have Brady Ryan looking good early. Michelle's the top seed, the other Glen Huntley runner sitting mid-pack at the moment. Strong running also there from Shanahan from Western Athletics. Can we see our first sub-2 of the night? Michelle's the only one in this field who's got it in this season. Broad sitting at the back of the pack at the moment, but not a bad position to be in. Jylaf also sitting beautifully from Knox in the middle, and it is Ryan leading the way. So Ryan, Shanahan, Michelle, Link in next position, then Jylaf. Russell next, Broad in next position. One long, strong line here. Gee, this is a big run from Ryan. Hopefully we can get him close to that 2-minute mark. So they're Whole field apart from Broad probably through and under the 60-second mark there, but Ryan's still looking very strong. Michelle's our top seed, sitting in third position. Link's doing very well, just tacking onto the back of Michelle. A little bit of a gap then to Jylaf. Then a gap to Russell. But gee, it's a big strung out race, this one. Very strong running still from Ryan. Shanahan really striding beautifully. Now we're seeing Link and Michelle working together, just starting to bridge the gap to Shanahan, 200 out. Ryan, Shanahan, Michelle, Link, Jylaf, Russell, Broad in that order. And Shanahan, the man who's showing a little bit of form here as he comes round the top bend into the home straight. Who's got the strength? Ryan's done all the hard running out front, but Shanahan just bearing down. Ryan still going strongly. Going to let him, be challenged, but it will be Shanahan coming over the top. Ryan not done with yet though, but Shanahan takes it, 158. Another just on the 2-minute mark there for Michelle. Link just over. Strong running there from Jylaf. Russell in next position, and Broad will take the next place. So big run there, Shanahan, but great running, Brady Ryan. Really set that race up, and he is going to be rewarded with a sub-2.
Lane 1, it's a white mark. Everyone else, it's a white and green.
Introduce the field now. For the women's E 800 metres, we have 8 starters. Alicia Reid from Wellington, she'll line up in 1. Next to her, sorry, I'll go through order. Claudia Tierney from Kevin's in Station 3. Station 4 from Ringwood, it's Alicia Harmer. Station 5 from Box Hill, Michaela Ward. From South Melbourne, Bridget Williams is in Station 6. Octavia Farfaglia from Williamstown in 7. From Wellington, Emily Canavan in 8. And in 9 from Wellington, Cadence Fleming. So that's our field. 3 Wellington runners in this event, the women's E 800 metres.
On your mark.
So seeding here from about the 223 through to the 225 mark, so it should be a fairly evenly paced run here. And it looks like it is Fleming leading the way. Reid's on the inside. To the outside of her is Tierney. Nicely bunched at the moment. And it's our other Wellington runner there, and Canavan just sitting there at the rear of the field. So a little bit of shunting around as they approach that first 200. So they're going through in about 33 seconds. Fleming leading. Harmer in next position. Reid's on the rails at the moment. A little bit of a move from the back there. We'll try and identify that as they come round, as they go behind the cage there. Gee, there's only 2 metres separating the whole field. This is fantastic. Let's see if they just share that lead around a bit and don't get sucked in to try and win the race, but actually go for time. So into the outer lanes there. That's the Box Hill runner there in Ward. Williams is tucked in nicely. Farfaglia also doing a good job. And it is Ward who leads the way. Tierney's done a big move to go up into contention here. So it's Ward, Tierney, Harmer, Williams moving through nicely. Then Fleming, Farfaglia in next position, Reid, and also Canavan. So still only about 4 to 5 metres separating the whole field here. Tierney's done a good job just to tack on there. Harmer's still in the picture. Also, we've seen Williams making a bit of a move down the back straight. But Ward leading the way. They've got the tailwind now, so let's see what the moves are. Reid's now trying to bridge that gap. Move back into that lead pack again. Williams at the rear of the pack. Fleming's back into it again, running strongly on the rails. Reid working hard now, 600 in. Now we see Harmer launch. Tierney's starting to go with her, and Williams, and Fleming, I think. Ward now seems to be just going backwards a little bit as Reed comes alongside her. But it is Harmer, the one who made the big move. Tierney working those arms really fast here to try and move into that next position. As we see Williams just going alongside Fleming. But into that final stage, Tierney still running strongly. Has she got the momentum? Harmer really launched through it, but Tierney looks like she's run the tactical race here. And Claudia Tierney, she'll take it out. 2:24. Harmer, good run there. Williams will be third. Then Reed came from nowhere. Fleming in next position. Ward, Farfaglia, and also Canavan. But good, strong running there from all of the girls in the women's 800 metres. What's next? I'll swap. You take those and rubbish them? Yeah.
White and grey.
Event number 15 of 43. It's the men's D 800 metres, and we have a field of 9. In Station 1, we welcome to South Australia, Harry Whitford. Station 2 from Box Hill, Nathaniel Yuka. In 3 from South Bendigo, Jake Hilson. 4 from Ballerine, Broden Bond. In Station 5 from Athletics Nunawading, Corey Robinson. In 6 we have Lockie Gantz. 7 from Glen Huntley, Archie Matson. In 8 from Nunawading, it is Oscar Wright. And in 9, Thomas Scroggy. So that's our field of 9, the men's D 800 metres.
On your mark.
So Whitford, the South Australians on the inside. Yuka going nicely. 2 boys from Nunawading in Wright and also Robinson right up there early. Alongside, I think that might be Gantz in the Scotch uniform. It's quite tight here. Seeing Matson just getting past. Yuka's starting to move through as well. Hilson in the red uniform of South Bendigo. Scroggy just ahead of him. Broden Bond sitting right in the middle of the field. But out front, Corey Robinson leads the way. Good 4-8 man, this one. See him intermittently here at Milers Club, but he always puts on a show, Corey Robinson. And he's really pushing this pace early for the rest of the competitors to really go with him. So Gantz in next position. Rights to the outside. Scroggy just having a look around, trying to get into the rails there, which Bond has got that position as well. So Robinson leads through about 56. This is great running. Matson at the rear of the field with Yuka, but they've still got a good chance of getting well under that 2 minutes. Out front, Robinson, Gantz, Whitford starting to make a move. Bond just behind him. Then we've got Wright, Scroggy on the line, the rails at the moment. Hilson's moving nicely. Matson in next position, then Yuka. But out front, we've had a change, and it is Lockie Gantz leading the way. He's a 158 man. So Gantz being joined by Whitford. That's a strong run from him. Robinson just starting to drift through. Now we're seeing Hilson come through. Bond's right with him. Scroggy, a little bit of a gap to him. And then Yuka's back again. I thought he was dead, but Nathaniel Yuka's just striding out well. Matson, and then it looks like it might be Robinson behind. Sorry, that's right. But into the home straight here. Broden Bond's going strongly. Also Hilson, good pro runner. He knows how to come home at the end of it, but Broden Bond looks like he's got it. It's going to be well on the 2 minute mark, so Bond will take it. Hilson, then Gantz, Robinson, Whitford, Yuka, and also Scroggy, Matson, and then Wright. Women's D, 800 metres. We have 8 starters. Gabrielle King from Old Scotch in Station 2. Erica Hungerford from Melbourne University's in 3. Maddie Boyd, Wellington in 4. Station 5, we have from Glen Huntly, Emma Wadley. In 6, from Wellington, Grace Grafsmar. 7, from Diamond Valley, Simone Coupler. In 8, from Glen Huntly, Yvette Cordy. And in 9, from Ringwood, Emily Shearer.
On your mark.
So full 8 lanes here. A lot of interest in the outer lane there with Yvette Cordy. She broke the over 50 record here at the last meet in 2:22.89. So we're watching the clock here on Yvette. She's going to settle herself at the rear of the field as we see Gabrielle King from Old Scotch going nicely. Maddie Boyd's having a big run. Now Wadley decides she wants to take the lead. So Emma Wadley in the Glen Huntly colours surges forward, which is good for the rest of the girls. They can now just settle in and take the ride. So through the 231 high, Wadley really pushing forward, starting to get a bit of a gap in the field. The only one to really go with her is King at the moment. Looks like a little gap then to Boyd leading the rest of the pack, and Hungerford just off the back of her. So Cordy's still sitting at the back of the field, which is where she probably wants to be at the moment as they open up over the first 400 here in this D 800 metres. So Wadley leading. She's got a gap of about maybe 10 metres as they're coming through. So through in about 66 seconds. Hungerford moving there with King. Grafsmar in next position now. Cordy starting to make her way through. Coupler and also Shearer at the rear of the field. So out front, I thought she'd gone a bit too early, but we've still got 300 metres to go here. Emma Wadley, she's got a 2:21 time, but she's running well ahead of that at the moment. We've still got King and Hungerford side by side now. We're seeing the experienced runner there in Cordy, former Victorian 400 metre hurdle champ. And Yvette Cordy just showing the young girls how this is run over 800 metres. Wadley just starting to tire now, 200 out. This isn't over yet. Hungerford the one who's making the big moves. So Hungerford getting a gap now on Cordy, then another gap to King. Wadley went strong, went hard, but look at the stride pattern on Hungerford as she starts to wind it up here and she enters into the home straight. So I think we're going to have a change of leads shortly as Erica Hungerford. She's a 2:22 seed time, but gee, Hungerford looks strong here. An impressive run. Wadley's really put it out there. Cordy just going as strong as she can over this final bit. 2:15 on the clock. Hungerford will take it under the 2:20 mark. Wadley will hang on. 2:21 for her. 2:22.23. So I think Yvette's just missed her own record. Big run there from Shearer. Then it was King, Grafsmar in next position, Coupler and Boyd. Just a reminder that all times are coming through on Results Hub. So electronic timing up and working well again now. So check your results on the AV Results Hub system. Also, don't forget to go and visit our friends from On and Runners Paradise over on the far side of the track. So plenty of good On product here for sale from Runners Paradise. Men's C 800 metres, we have a field of 8. Henry Diggle, we welcome him as one of the big band of Tasmanians here this evening at Milers Club. He's in Station 1. We welcome from New Zealand, Costa Mills in Station 2. Bit more local from Athletics Nunawading, we've got Jake Ollerenshaw in 3. From Knox, Jeno Assey is back again on the track. He's in Station 4. Another one of our Tassie runners from Tasmania, obviously, Lockie Fox in 5. In 6, from Melbourne University, it's Billy Aston. From Albury, we have Toby Walker in 7. And in 9, back from the States, Aidan Roberts. Interesting lineup with this one. Bit of young talent here. Toby Walker's recently run a 157 up in Albury, so it'll be interesting to see how he goes in the big smoke here. Also Mills from New Zealand, and obviously the Tasmanians. We're going to see a lot of them here from the TDR group, and various other squads from Tassie coming across for this meet. About 16 of them in total, and about 20 South Australians. So Costa Mills leading the way. Geno Assi, isn't it great to see him back on track? He's done some marvellous work here at Milers Club. And Assi sitting there in third position. Might be the Albury runner there sitting in a second position. Roberts is taking the position at the rear of the field at the moment, just getting himself back in form after coming back from college in the US is Aidan Roberts, usually in the Essendon colours. So it is Mills, Walker, Assi. Aston's on the inside. On the outside there we have got Fox, then Ola Renshaw, Diggle next, then Roberts. So Mills looking strong, but as we've seen, a lot can happen on these second laps. We're going to get a bit of a breeze here at the Box Hill track. Assi looking good in the third position there. Aston looking strong as well. Gap then to Fox. Olorenshaw in next position. Assi starting to wind it up, but he's got Walker next to him. As I said, we don't know much about Walker, but gee, he's showing some good signs here. Mills has been brave out front, 126 through the 600, but Aston's another one to watch out for in the white of the Melbourne University Club. Assi just looks like he wants to wind up each time I see him go through, but it is Walker holding him out. Mills has been brave and still holding that lead position, but Aston's one to watch for as they come into the home straight. So Aston's coming down the wide line. Mills holding on strongly, trying to get the lead position, but it will be Aston. He'll take the win here. 155 there, but it's good run from Mills. Then it was Walker. That 157 was no fluke. Ola Renshaw, then the two Tassie boys, not right on that 2-minute mark, and Roberts will round out the field. So good running there. Had a good win. Billy Aston taking it out in the men's C 800 metres. Women's C 800 metres, we have 8 starters. Evie Lurie from Ballerine will take station 1. Station 2 has Kyla Swallow from Frankston. Sonna Bakar from Doncaster's in 3. From Box Hill, Lauren Tay, station 4. In 5, from Ringwood, Chloe Lynette. Lucy Delbridge from Collingwood Harriers, she's back on the track, she's in 6. Scarlett Southern from Eaglehawk is in 7. From Box Hill, Thea Pratchley is in 8. There are our 8 starters, the women's C 800 metres.
On your marks.
So all 8 lanes taken up here. Looks like it's in the middle. I think Lynette's starting to push forward there. Tay trying to go with her. Delbridge, the Victorian Junior Champion over 800. She's sitting nicely as well. Gee, pretty well positioned here. Backer just going to settle at the rear of the field with Southern from Eaglehawk. But out front, I think Lynette is going to take the lead here. Gee, they're bunched. No one really wants it. That's the problem. Someone's got to take the lead. So about 30, probably 37, I think, as they went through. But, gee, the pace really went off there for a little while. I think it might be Prattley leading the way at the moment. Lurie's sitting at the rear of the field. You can see Delbridge sitting on the rails right in the midfield. Southern going to the outer lanes there. Lynette just sitting off the back of Prattley as they come through to hear the sound of the bell. So Tay also taking a wide line. She's well out nearly into lane 3, but Lauren Tay making a good move there to get into position. Swallow tucked into the gap there nicely, and now we're seeing Lurie make her move. Very interesting race, this one. No one really wants to lead it, and we're going to see a lot of fireworks, I think, over the last 400. Lauren Tay's moved up. Big move there from Evie Lurie. She was a late addition to this field, but she's certainly revelling in the faster pace here in the women's C 800 metres. So now it's Tay who takes the lead. Swallow's been sitting in that third position most of the way, and she's running well. Gee, they're bunched. Now Backer decides it's her turn to have a go with Delbridge. So Lucy Delbridge, certainly one of the form runners in this race. Her seed time probably doesn't show the pace that she has actually got over the 800. Now we're seeing Delbridge really go for it. I think Prattley's gone again as well. So this is a very interesting race, as I said. They're all biding their time. So it's Delbridge leading, Prattley to the outside. Then we have Tay. Swallow's just holding on beautifully. Then Lynette, Backer, Lurie and Southern. And into the home straight now. Kyla Swallow's having her little dip at the lead too, and she's taken the outside line. Lynette's back in the race, but Delbridge looks like she's got enough of the goods to take this one out. So Lucy Delbridge, welcome back to high-level racing. She'll take it. Swallow, Lynette, Tay, Prattley, all good runs there. Backer will hold on. Lurie and Southern will come across the Devon at 2:28. So some great running there in the women's C 800.
One's behind us. One behind us.
So now we're moving on to the B races. It is the men's B 800 and next up. And we have a field of 8. In Station 1, we welcome another Tasmanian, this one from the famous Hannigan family. It is Alex Hannigan in 1. From Box Hill, we have James Taranto in 2. John Kuol from Old Zavarians, he'll line up in 4. From Western Australia, we welcome Thomas Cross in 6. From Box Hill, Toby Griffith in 7. Tasmania's Sam Cohn is in 8. In 9, another Tasmanian, Jamie Lawrence. And from Knox, Harvey Anderson is in 10.
On your marks.
So a good field of 8 here. 3 Tasmanians. Hannigan, as I said, his father Brennan, great runner over the 8s and 15s. Tasmanian champion, and Hannigan showing the goods as he starts to settle. You've also got Cross from Western Australia. Kuol in the white shorts, also pushing forward. This is good because they're aggressive early. This is what we want to see in these 800s. And John Kuol is really taking them out beautifully. Cross is right up there with him. Anderson tucked in nicely. Cone in the picture as well. So Jamie Lawrence just sort of tacking at the back of the field at the moment. Taranto not too far ahead of him. Kuol, just settling in nicely. Hannigan on the rails and moving beautifully. Anderson not too far behind him. Cross to the outside. Also Griffith. So Kuol setting this up beautifully. 54, 55 through. Lawrence now trying to attack back onto the field. Midfield there we've got Anderson and Griffith, the two local boys, Knox and Box Hill. Cross in third position. Now Hannigan shows his form. So the Tasmanian launching down the back straight. We've seen a few of these launches early, only to end in pain towards the end of the 800. And now Hannigan, though, is taking his chances. So Hannigan, Kuhl, Cross, Anderson. Now we're seeing Cone starting to make through. He's just gone alongside Griffith. Taranto trying to work hard there to go up to his Box Hill teammate, but out front still it is Alex Hannigan, the Tasmanian, looking good. Cross starting to really build into this one. Cone also going nicely, coming alongside Anderson. But out front, he has a look around and he'll see that Cross is the only one coming, but he's not going to bridge that gap. 1:46 on the clock. Great running here. Alex Hannigan, he'll take it out. He's got a 1:54 C time. Well under that for Hannigan. Big run from Cross. Cone in next position. Anderson, strong finish Taranto. Then we have Kuhl, Griffith and Lawrence. So congratulations, Alex Hannigan, the Tasmanian, takes out the B 800 metres. Six starters, the women's B 800 metres, and they are Station 1, another one from the Wellington Athletic Club. It is Ali Fleming. Station 2 from Box Hill, Amelia Morton. Station 3, sporting the brand new Frankston Athletic Club uniform, it is Paige Elvey. Station 5 from Casey Gardenia, Brianna Sherry. In 6 from Deakin, Isla Bradshaw. And in 8 from Mentone, Karen Hayter. That's our 6 starters in the women's B 800 metres.
On your marks.
So a small field, but a good field here. Elvie, the 400 hurdler in the middle there. Sherry's had a breakthrough season this year. Unfortunately got a little bit sick not so long ago, but Bree Sherry, a real regular at Milers Club, but has been running some sensational 8s early season, and Sherry and Elvie are forcing the pace early. Morton's decided to sit back in the field early. Fleming not too far in front of her. Now Hayter makes a beautiful move to get up onto the back of Elvie. So Bree Sherry doesn't mind leading a field, and she's doing just that at the moment. The hurdler sitting in behind us, so we know that these hurdlers have got strength. For Paige Elvie, often used in these 800s just to get that added bit of oomph into that 400 hurdles. A little bit of a break then to Hayter, then Bradshaw in next position, Fleming and Morton working well together at the rear of the field. But as I said, Bree Sherry doesn't mind leading, and she's doing a good job for these girls, just setting that pace up early. She's run a 2:14, I think, this year. 2:14.82 for Bree Sherry, so that's a major breakthrough she's had early season here in 2023-24. Fleming's now moving into third position. Hayter's got to go with her. Morton and Bradshaw working together. So racing 2 out front at the moment. So Elvis just sitting there at the moment right behind Sherry. Now Morton starting to make her move, and Bradshaw's going with her, just going past Fleming at the moment. But out front, Sherry. Elvie looks like she wants to take the lead, but just can't quite get the momentum. Morton, this might allow Morton to come right through here, because pace has slowed a little bit at the front of the field. They're starting to break up in the second pack though. Morton, then it is Bradshaw, then Hayter, and then Fleming. Now it is Elvie deciding having the opportunity now to bridge alongside the leader there. So Paige Elvie takes the lead. So the 400 hurdler taking the lead here in this B 800 metre. Breeze Sherry still holding on beautifully. Morton's the one who's going to make the moves in this home straight, but it will be Elvie, I think, will take the race here. So it'll be interesting to see the time here for Paige. He comes in with a seed time of 2:17. I think we're going to get a well under that here. So good running here from Paige Elvie. Looks like it could be right on that PB time. Morton comes through to take second from Sherry. Then Bradshaw, Hayter in next position, and then Fleming. So they're taking the lanes now for the men's A 800 metres, event number 21. And our field is in Station 1 from Glen Huntly, James Hatton. Station 2 from Geelong Guild, it is Joshua Perdrissat. In 3 from Keilor St Bernard's, Mitchell Langbourne. In 4, we welcome from South Australia, Jack Atherton. In 5, from St Kevin's and New Zealand, Brad Mathis. In 6, another South Australians, it's DeGraw Amakata. In 7, from Melbourne University, it is Hugo Bonnier. In 8, from New South Wales, Adam Pike. And in 9, from Box Hill, Lachlan Barber. They're your 9 starters in the men's A 800 metres.
On your marks.
So top seed here is Mathis. He's going to line up later in the 15. He's been challenged by his coach to get certain times in both of those events. Wind here, not going to make life easy for Mathis at all. Perdrissat and Langbourne also up there early. Settling at the rear of the field at the moment is Pike. But now Atherton takes his turn out front as they go through the 227 low. So it's Atherton, Mathis, Amakata. Been regular here at Milers Club as DeGraw Amakata. And it's great to have the South Australians here in big numbers here tonight. And it looks like Mathis is out, unfortunately. So Brad Mathis, that 1500 won't be happening either. Lockie Barber starting to make his moves on the outside there. Hatton looking strong. So it's Atherton, Barber, Amakata, now Pike. Made up a lot of room there. They're going through in about 56. So not super quick for this level, but as we know, conditions not really conducive to fast 800s here with that breeze blowing down the home straight here at the Box Hill Athletic Club. They're in a long line now. Atherton still leads. Now Amakata makes his move alongside Pike, goes ahead of Barber, and now Langbourne's doing his traditional last 300-metre kick. So Atherton, Amakata, Langbourne, Hatton coming through nicely. Barber starting to go backwards. Monia goes past him. Perdrissat's got some work to do. But Langbourne's one to challenge here. Atherton's led for quite a way in this journey over 800, but the South Australian trying to stride out here and really go for time. So Jack Atherton's got a 1:48 seed time. I can't see that sort of time here tonight, but it's a good race win, good prep for the rest of the season here. And Jack Atherton, he's going to take the win in the men's 800. The South Australian just over the 150 mark. South Australia 1-2, Mitchell Langbourne 3. Big strong finish from Perdrissat. Hatton in the next position. Pike came home strongly and Monia. But Jack Atherton takes the win, the men's 800 metres.
That long. No one in lane 2? The reference was no scratching. Oh, then someone just took off an orange top. Wait, don't rush. Someone's still putting on another shoe.
It's not that cold for me. Come on.
She's changed to shoe colour that matches her single colour.
So just waiting for one more competitor, but let's introduce the field for the women's 800 metres. We have a full field of 9. In Station 1, we welcome from South Australia, Jessica McManus. In 2, eventually we will have Decky Tanner from Mornington Peninsula. In 3, from Maccabi, it is Shani Landon. From Western Athletics, big welcome to Milers Club. In Station 4, Morgan Mitchell. In 5, also a welcome back to the track, her home track here, and we've seen her so many times running big races here at Milers Club. It is a big welcome to Georgia Griffith. In 6, another welcome back from Melbourne University, former Victorian Mile champion, Katrina Anderson. In 7, from Glen Huntley, it is Sophia Hanlon. In 8, from Western Athletics, the young gun, it is Honor Tobin. And in 9, from Doncaster, Connor Gist.
On your marks.
So a few comeback performances here. This is going to be a very interesting race. I think our live stream ratings are going to go through the roof in the next 2 minutes. And there's Anderson leading out nicely at the moment. Mitchell looking strong in the midfield there. McManus is trying to just get her position up as Declan Tanner just starts to move through as well. So to the outside, looks like it might be Griffith duelling early. Tobin's going to take the rear position at the moment. This is exactly where she needs to be and just get the lift. She's got Shani Landon, very experienced Maccabi/Israeli runner. But out front, looks like Griffith's leading the way. This is great for the rest of the field, and they're settling in beautifully. Good opportunity here for Tanner to really show her stuff against the big girls. So Tanner to Hanlon, a little bit of a gap forming there. Out front, Griffith, Mitchell. Gee, what a lineup that is. So Georgia Griffith leading the way. Morgan Mitchell Katrina Bissett, haven't seen much of her at all. Very hard to seed her into these races, but she's got the A race here and she's justifying that position. Tanner, as I said, good opportunity for her to step up. And it is Tanner into 4th position, Hanlon, McManus, then Gist, Landon and also Tobin. But out front, a little bit of a gap forming here. Griffith to Mitchell. Mitchell's strong over the last 200 metres though. Anderson really still challenging. This could be a big run from Katrina Anderson on her comeback. Decky Tanner sitting in the 4th position still. Hanlon starting to draw in a little bit. And now McManus and Landon working together. But into the last 180 now, and it is Griffith. Looks like Anderson's going to challenge Mitchell as they come round the top bend the last time. They're going to come into the wind, and this is where that strength really comes into play. Impressive running here from Griffith, though. Let's get behind Georgia Griffith. As I said, she's done so much great racing at Milers Club. Good to see her come back, start here at her home track. And Georgia Griffith looks like she's going to take this out. Time's going to be pretty good for a comeback run, and Georgia Griffith, she'll take it. 2:05, 2:06, Mitchell next. Then we have got Anderson. Hanlon comes over the top of Tanner. Then McManus, a good run from her. Landon, Gist and Tobin. So nice win, Georgia Griffith taking it out. Impressive run there from Anderson and also Mitchell. We'll have a slight break now as we set up for the 1500 metres, and they will be starting at 7:30 p.m.
The computer technology has been moving in a way that nothing else people have ever known.
About to go on to the 1500 metres. So can we have the area around the pole vault very clear of athletes and spectators so we can see across to the start line in order to get away on time? So if we can have that infield D very clear of athletes and also spectators, we do need clear vision across for our officials to start the race. So we will introduce, actually I'll introduce this field now because they're still on the line. It's the O 1500 metres, and we have 13 starters. Ashton Scarr from Oldsavarians, Matthew Tritel, Max Dmitrenko from Williamstown, Angus Elder from Ringwood, Mark Doherty, David Martini from Oldsavarians, Josh Prendergast from Mornington Peninsula, Max Collins, Josh Slade from South Melbourne, Andrew Ross, Lawrence Todd from Oldsavarians, Yu Tang from the Crosby Crew, and Cameron Scarr from Oldsavarians. That's our field of 13 in the first of our 1500 metre races, the men's O. Just repeating, we do require the infield to be clear, the infield D, if that can be very clear. So we're now under starters' orders. We're going to get underway the men's O 1500 metres.
Right, runners, we're about to go. Where's the choice of two lines? The one closer to me. On your marks.
So off and running. Good field of Oldsavarians runners, and two of them really darting off early here. And setting up at a very good pace. And we'll sort out our field once they come round. Go past the finish line for the first time. 3 3/4 laps here. Fortunately, they will be getting a tailwind for 4 of those times down the back straight, and a headwind only 3 times. So seed times here ranging from about 5 minutes 15 or 5:12, I think is our quickest, through to about 7 minutes. As the Oldsavarians quite prominent early here. There's about 4 of them in the field. And we'll get their hip numbers as they come through. So that's Lawrence Todd, also Ashton Scarf, also up there early, Yu Tang. Next one out there is the Williamstown runner there in Max Dmitrenko. So Andrew Ross there in the South Melbourne uniform. He's got Elder from Ringwood not far in front of him. The two Zavarians boys there, Scarf and also Todd, working nicely together. Dmitrenko just starting to move forward there towards Yu Tang. Breeze just settling a little bit here, but still quite gusty down the back straight. A little bit of a tailwind down there, and they're going to face it as they come into this home straight, and they'll be getting 2 laps to go. So no real change out front. Lawrence Todd leading the way. Ashton Scarf, just as I say that, a big gust comes through. Yu Tang in next position. Dmitrenko has really worked himself beautifully up there. I think Prendergast in next position. So 2 laps to go. So Yu Tang, Dmitrenko right there with him. Next one up there, Matthew Tritel. Then we have Prendergast. Next one up there, Max Collins. Then Elder. Then Ross. Doherty. Then we have David Martini. And Cameron Scarf just coming into the home straight now. As you see down the back straight, no real change here, as it is Lawrence Todd and Ashton Scarf leading the way. Tritel's now gone into that third position. Dimitrenko's into third. Yu-Tang in next position. Then Tritel making his way through. Prendergast in next slot. Then Collins, Elder, Ross, Martini and Doherty still not separated. As Cameron Scarf comes through and he's got 2 laps to go. So Todd still leading. Scarf, they're together. Dmitrenko in next position. 1 lap to go. Dmitrenko just has a look around and he'll see that Matthew Tritel's not too far behind him. Yu-Tang in next position. Then Prendergast. Next one through is Collins, Elder, Ross, Doherty, Martini still locked together. 1 lap out. So Scarf makes the move now. The race is on. He's just been sitting behind Todd, but Todd's not going to let it. Oh, yes, he does. He lets him go. So Ashton Scarf now leading the way into the home straight. Lawrence Todd sitting in second position. Been a strong run there from Tritel. He's in next. Then Dmitrenko and Prendergast. But Scarf will take it just 4:50 on the clock from Todd. Worked well together, but Ashton Scarf's the one who takes it. Coming through now, and we have got Cameron Scarf just being lapped there, and it will be Matthew Tritel. He's got a 5:15 best. He's going to be well under that, so big run there, Matthew Tritel. Then Prendergast and Dmitrenko. Then we have Collins coming through. Big run from him as well. Yu-Tang, Doherty, Ross, Elder, Martini. So a lot of them running well under their seed times tonight. So some big performances here. And Cameron Scarf still on the track. 5:30 on the clock. So Cameron Scarf coming through into the home straight. So 6:35 on the clock, and let's get behind him as he comes through here. Picking up the pace. We're going to get a sub 7 minutes here. He's coming in for seed time in excess of that. So nice finish here. Cameron Scarf will round out our field. 6:50 on the clock. So next up will be the men's N 1500 metres. We will call the field once they are underway.
Where there's a choice of 2 lines, it's the one closer to me. Relax at the moment, I haven't been given the okay yet. Okay, guys, we're about to go. On your marks.
The men's N 1500 underway now, and we have 15 starters. James Lynn from Williamstown, also from Williamstown, Anthony Hine, Angus Buchan from Collingwood Harriers, from Diamond Valley, Glenn Imbriano, welcome from Tasmania, Ashton Ford, Colby Kwong from the Mad Rabbit crew, Luke Irvin from Eureka, from Richmond Harriers, Tony Langland, Collingwood Harriers, Paul Viney, Leonard Gray from Athletics Essendon. Then we have Archie Thomas, also Oliver Pinnock. From Diamond Valley we have Jordan Run, Craig Baxter from Ringwood, and Tim McNeil from Old Zavarians. So out front, I think that's Colby Kwong leading the way at the moment. Next to him it is Ashton Ford from Tasmania. Another one of the TDR group, and that's Susan Andrews' son. Very famous Susan. Jordan Rudd just to the outside there. Also, his teammate from Diamond Valley. It's Glenn Imbriano sitting nicely. But it's Kwong leading the way. And our Tasmanian, Ashton Ford. He's a sub-5 minute runner. Jordan Rudd sitting beautifully there in that fourth position. A little bit of a gap then to the Collingwood Harrier. And I think that might be Angus Buchan. So a few of our more experienced runners going together at the moment. That's Tony Langland, also Paul Viney. Craig Baxter also working strongly with them, and Tim McNeil in that grouping of 4. Out front, Ford just sitting along nicely there with Kwong. A little bit of a gap then to Imbriano and Rudd. Buchan in next position. You can see the young boys from Williamstown running well together. Also the Eureka athlete there in Luke Irvin. 2 laps to go through the 700 metre mark. Ford looking strong at the moment. And Imbriano, Rudd. Buchan's coming through. You see James Lynn on the inside there. The young Essendon runner there is Leonard Gray. A little bit of a gap forming there. Baxter and McNeil working at the back of the field. So Viney just sitting nicely there with Langland at the moment as they start to pick off a few of the younger runners ahead of them. No change out front. So Ford's just biding his time at the moment. Quite happy for Kwong to set the pace over this 1500 metres. So this is the first of our TDR runners in the 1500 metre events. As I said, he's got quite a good pedigree. So hopefully conditions will just ease as the night goes on. We'd like to see some fast 1500s. It was pretty tough out there for the 8s. If we can get the breeze behaving itself here, as we see Ford just going to the side now of Kwong. You can just sense that he's just waiting his time and waiting his chance here. Imbriano still sitting in 3rd position. Rudd's just drifting back a bit. Gee, Langland's made up a lot of spaces in that last 400 metres. Hasn't waited for Paul Viney because he's still at the back of the pack there. So Langland's now coming in on, so it's 3:32 at the bell, and I think Ford's now going to take his chance out front. So Ashton Ford just leading forward. Gee, big run from Langland here. 400 out. Irvin, next one through. Also moving nicely, Oliver Pinnock. He's in the green shirt. Rudd there with Lynn. McNeil just getting ahead of Baxter. But out front, it is Ashton Ford. So I think we're going to see well under that 4:59 seed time here from Ford. Kwong just starting to ease back. We're seeing Imbriano not letting Langland get past here, but that's really driving young Glenn Imbriano on nicely, having Langland just pushing him forward. Pinnock now starting to move forward just ahead of the Collingwood runner there in Buchan. And Irvin from Eureka also going nicely over this final lap. But out front, it is going to be Ashton Ford coming through into the home straight first. So the Tassie crowd will get quite excited here. And a big welcome to anyone watching at down in Tassie at this coverage here tonight from Milers Club. For the first blood here for the Tasmanians, and it will be Ashton Blood taking out this 1500 well under his seed time. 4:45 unofficial there. Nice run from Imbriano. Kwong will be in next position, so on the 4:51 mark there. Then Kwong, Langland, Irvin, Pinnock in next position. Next up will be Leonard Gray, Angus Bucket in next, then Paul Viney. Next one up, Anthony Hine, then Lynn, Jordan Rudd, Archie Thomas, then Tim McNeil, Craig Baxter, and that was an entertaining men's N 1500 metres. The men's M1500 on the line, and we will call the field once they are underway.
I haven't got green lights. I need green lights. Got it. And you runners are about to go. On your marks.
So the men's M1500, we have Bailey Barrett. From Sandringham, we have Henry Ainley, Dino Imbriano from St Kevin's. From Glen Huntley, Ariel Friedrich. From the Mad Rabbit Crew, Bo Lynn. Also, we have George Lefborg. From Eureka, Oliver Ryan. From Mornington Peninsula, Ollie Mayhew Sharp. Harry Lynn from Williamstown. From Eureka, Perry Grant. Aidan Thompson also. And Chase Jardine from Athletics Essendon. From Old Zavarians, Lachlan Warren. And Mike Smith rounds out the field. So pretty quick start here. Young man in the Essendon colours, I believe. That's Essendon Little Athletics. And I think that might be, potentially, that's Mayhew Sharp in next position there. Well, there's a couple of the Mornington boys out in this race as well. So it's Aidan Thompson leading the way. Then it's Ollie Mayhew Sharp. Bailey Barrett, next position. Then Ariel Friedrich. So the youngsters leading the way at the moment. Oh, a little bit of tripping going on in that mid-pack there. It's one of our Eureka runners just getting clipped there. But now we have a slight change of a lead, but they're two working quite well together here, pushing each other forward as we see Friedrich now trying to bridge that gap early in this race. So Thompson and Mayhew Sharp still leading. I wouldn't be surprised if Friedrich joins the party there fairly soon. The next of our Eureka runners coming through. I'll identify him as he comes through the next lap. You can see Bo Lynn, the taller figure with the white cap on. He's midfield in that pack. So coming down to get 2 laps to go. Few changes happening here. As I said, Friedrich was breaching the gaps there, but it is Thompson now out cleanly with 2 to go. Mayhew, Sharp, Friedrich. Then we have Ryan. Then Lynn. Also up there, Chase Jardine. Then Bo Lynn. Then Lachlan Warren. Dino Imbriano rounding out the field at the moment, one of our more experienced Milers Club runners. So gap in the field of about 50 metres now as we see Thompson still leading the way. Lynn making a bit of a move as he hits that 800 metre mark. Ryan also with him. Then Bo Lynn. Then Jardine. Then it's Perry Grant. Lachlan Warren with him. A little bit of a gap back then to Bailey Barrett. He's in the second of the Mornington Peninsula uniforms. Still a lead, probably 15 metres here. And it looks like it's Lynn from Williamstown. Harry Lynn, that is, one of the twins. He's now trying to force that pack forward. But out front, Aiden Thompson's done a lot of the work. Mayhew Sharp stepped into the lead for a bit, but Thompson just wanted to take it back again and is forged forward, and he's going to be the first one to get the bell. So Aiden Thompson, 4:50 is his seed time. In the Essendon Littles uniform, 3:34 at the bell. Then Lynn, Friedrich. Ryan in next position, Jardine, Mayhew Sharp, Bo Lynn. Then Grant. Smith also up there. Just behind him is Warren from Old Severians. I think Leftborg's in next position. But now we're going to see a few changes here. I think Friedrich, that long stride from Friedrich. We're also seeing a bit of a lift there from Oliver Ryan. So the race is really on. I think it's going to be quite interesting. And Mike Smith's making a big move as well. So 200 out. He's done all the work out front. Aiden Thompson's still leading. Friedrich's trying to run him down. Oliver Ryan's getting those legs just ticking over, getting the cadence up, but I think we might see the next change of lead. Can Thompson hold him off? But it looks like Friedrich's got the momentum coming into the home straight. So let's get behind. This is a very interesting run because Thompson's done so much work. Friedrich's had to try and bridge the gap. Look at the arms pump here on Thompson. Just what he needs, and I think he's going to be rewarded here. I think we'll be watching this one from the Encouragement Award because that was a great run. Aiden Thompson takes it 4:49. Great run from Friedrich. Ryan came through nicely. Then Smith. Then Lynn. Jardine. Grant in next. Then Warren. Lynn. Also Ainley. Coming through Dino Imbriano. Leftborg in next position. And Bailey Barrett. But nice win there. The M1500 taken out by Aiden Thompson. So full field in the women's F1500. Once again, we'll announce the field once they are underway.
Thanks, runners. On your mark.
So underway now in the women's F, and we have in Station 1 from Eureka, Eilish Ryan, Ella Littlehales from Diamond Valley in 2. From Mentone, Summer Albison's in 3. In 4, we have Isabel Khan. In 5, we have Tegan Pape. Ebony Woodward from Bendigo Unis in 6. Grace Partridge from Sandringham in 7. From Box Hill, Stella Spinks in 8. From South Melbourne, it is Isla Miven in 9. From Diamond Valley, Lucy Johns in 10. Essendon's Havana Ali in 11. Isabella Johnson's in 12. And from Sandringham, Lenny Hartley in 13. So Ella Littlehales leading the way. Grace Partridge, also her teammate Isabella Lenny Hartley from Sandringham. They're working in second and third position. And the Eureka runner there. And that's Eilish Ryan. So Ella Littlehales leading the way. She's a 5:30 seed, which is one of our top seeds in this event. It's our first of our women's 1500, so there will be a little bit of a drift in the field. Not as tightly packed as some of the higher grades, obviously. But nice running with that front group of 4/5 going along very nicely. A little bit of a gap there, and you can see Niven just sitting in second position in that second chase pack. But some nice running here from Littlehales from Diamond Valley. But the Sandringham girls looking pretty strong as well, and that's Partridge and also Hartley. Really starting to come together now. Little Hull still leads. Ryan's doing what she can to get back on there. Tegan Pape in next position, then Woodward, Mivan, and then Havana Ali, the young lady from Essendon. Very good race walker. And Ali sitting nicely there alongside the taller figure there in Mivan. A little gap then to our Mentone runner, and that's Summer Albiston. Now things are starting to happen a little bit out front, and I think that is Hartley from Sandringham who's taken the lead. The teammate decides to go with her, so the Sandy girls are now 1-2. Nice running there from Eilish Ryan. She's now moving into that third position and bearing down on a Little Hales. Tegan Pape right in no woman's land at the moment. She's about 30 metres adrift of Ryan, and then the chase pack, and that includes Ali, about 30 metres behind. But coming into the home straight, and they'll be getting one lap to go. It is the two girls from Sandringham. And I think it is Lenny Hartley leading the way at the moment. A teammate, Grace Partridge. They've both got similar seed times around that 5:30. So my apologies, it's Partridge leading from Hartley. So Partridge, Hartley, Little Hales, Ryan. Then we have Pape working strongly. Mivan in next position, then Ali, Woodward. Also coming through there is Lucy Johns. Next position there, Isabella Johnson. Then we have Isabel Khan, Summer Albison, and also Stella Spink. But out front, it is still Grace Partridge leading the way. Now we've got another challenge. Hartley goes for it. It's really on between these two. Partridge still leading, wouldn't let her past. Little Hale still holding down that third position just ahead of Ryan. But out front, I think Partridge just showing a little bit of strength here. Hartley still trying to hang on, but that gap just growing and growing as they go around the top bend and into the home straight for the last time. So been a good battle here between the two girls from Sandringham. Little Hale set the pace up early, but then it's been the two girls in the green and black who've just showed their dominance. But it will be Partridge taking it out. So Grace Partridge, 5:30 is her seed time. Look at that time. So under 5:10. Great run also from Hartley. She had a 5:32. That's 20 seconds under seed time. Little Hales did so much of that work. She's got a 5:30 seed time. So let's get her and also Eilish Ryan as a 5:30 runner as well. Get them both under, and we've done that. 5:27, 5:28. And then it will be Tegan Pape, who's run so much of this race all by herself, and she's going to stop the clock at 5:34. Then Mivan will be the next one through, 5:36. And I think that's right on PB there for Mivan. Next one through there was Johnson. Also Woodward. Isabel Khan's come through. Havana Ali's finished her 1,500 metres. And that is a new PB for her as well. Coming across the line there, Stella Spink and also Summer Albiston. So that concludes the first of our women's 1500s, the women's F.
Gentlemen, where there's a choice of two lines, the one closer to me, further away from you. about to go, gentlemen. On your marks.
Underway in the men's L, 800 metres. And we have Fitzy Gilbert in 1. In 2, Austin Lambert from Glenn Huntley. In 3, McKinley Carroll from Essendon. Ballarat YCW's Daniel Hill in 4. Jensen Wheeler, Williamstown in 5. In 7, we have from Williamstown also Zephan Goals McSweeney. Johnny Weldon from Mentones in 8. And then we have Miles Thompson, also Robbie Petrie from Mentone, Corey Lawson in 11. In 12, we have Jake Reid. Greg Watson from Mentone in 14. Mitch Ward in 15. Dale Woodridge 16. Mark Walker 17. And from South Coast, Martin Lynch is in 18. And it is the Glenn Huntley colours there of Austin Lambert leading the way from Daniel Hill. Also up there early is Mitch Ward. Looks like he's in the YCW colours as well. Mentone holding down next position. And that will be Johnny Weldon. A couple of the Essendon runners there. So McKinley Carroll, I think, one of those. But out front, Lambert still leading. He's a 440 runner. So range of seeds here, most of them around that 440 to 445. So nice move there by the runner in black. We'll identify that as they come back round because he's starting to join that lead pack. It's now got a little bit of a change in lead too. The Ballarat YCW colours seem to be coming forward there. And that's Daniel Hill. He's once again a 440 seed time. So Hill, his teammate there in Ward. Lambert on the inside. And we got Weldon. Also, Robbie Petrie is in the black. Looks like Dale Woodridge in the Glenn Huntley colours. Mark Walker's just gone past him, trying to bridge that gap. So they're through the 800 in about 2:28, I reckon. So about 74-second laps, which will get them around that 440 mark or just under. So Ballarat YCW 1-2 at the moment. And that's courtesy of Hill and also Ward. Lambert's still up there. Robbie Petrie just making his move into 4th position ahead of Weldon from the Mentone Club. Mark Walker in next position, all on his own. Then Dale Woodridge in next. So it looks like we might have a little change here. I'd say Hill wants his teammate then just to take the wind a little bit. Petrie's looking dangerous though. Lambert's worked hard. Watson's coming through beautifully there. Then we've got Jake Reid, Woolbridge. Also McKinley Carroll in next position. Then that's Jensen Wheeler. And his Williamstown teammate there is Goals McSweeney. But out front there has been that change of lead. Petrie looking quite dangerous in 3rd. Lambert not done with yet either. Weldon just sort of dropping off. Lambert's trying to lift the pace and goes past Petrie. But out front, Ward's still leading his teammate there in Hill. It's really on between these two, and I think they're just starting to stretch away. Petrie now takes over Lambert again, so it's all happening out front. And it is Ward still leading. And I think he's probably got the goods here. 440 is his seed time. So Mitch Ward in the Ballarat YCW colours, those famous colours, the red and white, and he's going to be well under 430 here. Impressive running. Mitch Ward, he'll take it. 428, 430 right on the mark there for Hill. Good run from him and Petrie. Weldon in next, then Lambert. Good run from Walker in 436. Big strong finish here, Watson. So Herbie through on the 442 mark. Wheeler in next, then Carroll, Goals McSweeney. Also up there, Jake Reid, then Woolridge. Fitzy Gilbert coming through next. Corey Lawson in next position. Miles Thompson, he'll be next. And then finishing out there from South Coast, Martin Lynch.
Something wrong. Bad.
Yeah, orange photo, finish order 15, 4, 10, 8, 2, 17, 14, 5, 3, 7, 13, 16, 1, 11, 9, and 18.
Sorry, mate, you're right. This is a hit number. There's only one we can get over that one. What one is missing? 11 is the hit. No, it's fell above. Line up, please.
Just another shout out to runners cooling down on the infield. Please be careful because we've got to have line of vision between our judges and the starter, so we don't want anyone in the way. So about to get underway, the men's K 1500 metres. We have a full field of 17.
We're about to go, guys. On your marks.
So racing now in the K 1500 from Mentone, we have Andrew Lego in Station 1, Sebastian Rossi from Bendigo Harries in 2. Winter Judds in Station 3, Lachlan Baxter Box Hill in 4, Maximilian Reeve Sandringham in 5, Jude Barrett Essendon in 6, Daniel Velado Western Athletics in 7, Jesse Nankervis Ballarat YCW in Station 8, from Athletics Essendon Elijah Marshall in 9, Zach Malik from Nunawading in 10, Ned Skinner Sandringham 11, Jordan Buckle from Bendigo University in 12, Leopold Reeve from Sandringham 13, Anthony Stamoulis in 14, from Diamond Valley Rodri Whelan 15, Alfie Onley from Doncaster in 16, and William Davies from Mornington Peninsula, he's in Station 17. And it's the Nunawading uniform there. It will be Zach Malik, I think, leading the way, and it is. Joining him now, though, is William Davies, sitting in nicely there, Maximilian Reeve. To the outside, we've also got Anthony Stamoulis. So nicely bunched here in this men's K 1500. Top seeds are around the 4:32 mark. So that's about 72 second lap. So as they go through that first 400, the clock is going through right on the 72. So they're on 4:30 pace at the moment. Unfortunately, no paces. No one's really stepped forward tonight to do any pacing. So the guys are having to race this. And we're seeing that it's a Box Hill uniform starting to move forward there. And that could be Lachlan Baxter. Now we're seeing Velado move forward. So in the Western A's uniform, Daniel Velado wanting to get that sub 4:30 here tonight, but he's going to have to do it the hard way if he's forging out by himself. So Velado leads. I think Baxter's in next position. Then we've got Malik next. Stamoulis is also there and on the outside. I think the Ringwood uniform just on the inside of him. But Daniel Velado leading the way. So big move there from Velado. Now we're seeing Nankervis starting to move forward. So Baxter's up there. Malik's still in there. The Mornington uniform there. That's William Davies, taller figure. But Velado really putting it down in that second lap. So 72. So he's gone through in 70 for the second lap. So that's a 2-second gain on that lap. And we're seeing Nankervis is the only one who's really wanting to chase. Stamoulis sitting there in 4th. I'll try and pick up who's in 3rd at the moment. But Velado showing a lot of strength here tonight. It's going to be interesting to see if he can hold on over that final 700 metres. But Daniel Velado certainly pushing forward here. So coming down, he'll be getting 1 lap to go. So 500 out. He's through the K in 3:04, or just a bit quicker. So good opening kilometre there from Velado. So that's in the 4:30 range still. So he's really got to kick down this last 400 metres. Now Curvis in next position. Then in a black, we have Winter Judd, and then Stimulus. Also up there is Maximilian Reeve looking good. So Judd's just gone past Nankervis. We're going to see a few runners starting to come through there. Bendigo University's Jordan Buckle also moving along nicely in this final stages here and just coming alongside Reeve. Bit of a gap then to Lego, then Davies. But out front, still Velado, but Winter Judd really starting to make his move. He's a 4:32 runner and one of our top seeds. So Velado's really got to dig deep here. This is where strength comes in and good form. And he's still holding that beautifully. So it looks like Buckle's making the moves here on Judd. But Velado goes up a gear. This is really good running from Daniel Velado because it is tough conditions out there. So let's give this guy a really good run home here. And Buckle's coming strong. It's not actually over yet. Velado's not got this because Buckle is coming home like you would not believe. So Velado will take it. It's going to be a sub 4:30. And it will be Buckle just under the 4:30 mark as well. And then Judd in 4:31. Nankervis next. Then Davies, Stimulus, Reeve, Lego coming through. Then we've got Elijah Marshall. Nice finish there. Also Sebastian Rossi. Coming through now is Leopold Reeve, Zach Malik, and also Jude Barrett. But geez, strong running there. Daniel Velado takes it out. New personal best, sub 4:30. In the men's K, 1,500 metres. Got a bit 29. 29. Thank you.
Here we go again, John. If they'll ask you.
So we've still got 2 minutes to go, so I will introduce the field here for the J1500 for men, and we have got 13 starters. Archie Grant from Eureka's in 1, Cody Tawney from Wendouree in 2, then we have James Hall in 3. From South Melbourne, Declan McKenzie's in 4. In 6 from Mentone, Oliver Scott. In 7 from Athletics Essendon, Lucas Harris. In 8 from Athletics Albury, it is Jackson Harrop. From Diamond Valley, we have Joel Imbriano in 10. Jared Cooper from Malvern is in 11. Michael Johnson, Richmond Harriers in 12. Joshua Field from St Kevin's in 13. From Athletics Essendon, Dylan Rowbottom in 15. And rounding out the field in 16 from Sandringham, Freddie Barrett Judd.
That's all right, I'll do it. Remember 16 again. On your marks, stand up. Declan. Between the black and the yellow. Further over. There, that one. On your marks.
So underway in the J 1500 metres, field of 13. Inside the Eureka runner there, and that could be Archie Grant, looking to push forward. Range here about the 4:27 through to 4:32, so only 5 seconds on seeding separating the whole field here. And the Wendouree runner there, Cody Tawney, he's the one who decides, I'm going to take the lead here, boys, and just sit in and follow. So once again, big thank you to all of our regional athletes coming to Box Hill. Very strong representation from Gippsland via the Wellington and also South Coast clubs. Ballarat with Wendouree, Eureka, Harriers, also YCW. From Geelong, we got Chilwell, Ballerine. Haven't seen many Carios yet. but also Geelong Guild. And of course from Bendigo, we've got Bendigo Uni, Bendigo Harriers, Eaglehawk, and there's even a few from Shepparton, and a big shout out to the Albury runners as well. So lots of movement here. 70 seconds for the opening lap there for Tawny. So setting off on the sub 4:30 schedule. Now Essendon runner sitting beautifully there. I think that's Rowbottom sitting in next position. It could be Harris. I'll make that out as they come through. Hall sitting there in 4th position. He's got a 4:28, I think, to his name. So a few little gaps forming here. So 4th to 5th, that's Hall to Imbriano. And then Harrop in next position. But Tawny's still leading the way. So it'll be interesting to see if anyone wants to help him out front. Well, they're quite content there for Cody Tawny to do that grind work. And this Harris in next position. And then Oliver Scott, Hall, Mackenzie starting to work through. Not far behind him is Cooper from Malvern Harriers. So Barrett Judd coming through here. So no real change out front. Hall trying hard to stick onto that front bunch. They're through the 800 metres now. Good move there from the Malvern runner in Cooper. Just going past Imbriano. He's taken Harrop and also Mackenzie with him. Bit of a gap then to Johnson. Then Rowbottom in next position. I think that's Grant next. Then a bit of a gap to Field and also Barrett Judd. And again, no change out front. Cody Tawny doing the work and doing it well, just hugging that rail. Harris in next position. Just seeing a push forward here from Oliver Scott from Mentone on the inside. 1 lap to go. Hall in next position. Cooper. Then we've got Harrop. Good running there from Johnson. He'll wind this up and he'll have Mackenzie in his sights. Grant just goes past Rowbottom. Field in next position and then Barrett Judd. But out front, Tawny's actually stretching that lead. Harris working hard. I think Oliver Scott just finding it hard now. We're seeing Wood from the Malvern Harriers. Don't see many of them at Milers Club. Starting to make his way through. Just gone past the smaller figure there in Hall. Mackenzie and Johnson together. Harrop just in front of them. But Tawny out front. Not over yet because Harris has moved himself back into the picture here. Wood probably leaving the run a little bit too late. Hall just goes past the Mentone runner there in Scott. And he's back into 4th position and chasing. But out front, Tawny, gee, this could be a go-to-woe win here. The only one that could spoil it would be Harris, but Tawny just digging deep, arms pumping. Harris's arms going all over the place. Hall coming in strong as well. Time check 4:24. I think Tawny's going to get it. Well done, Tawny. He'll take it. Harris right there. 4:29 for Hall. Wood just on the 4:30 mark there. Then we're going to have quite a few. Harrop, and to the inside there was Scott, Mackenzie, Johnson. Then it's Grant. Imbriano next. Then it's Dylan Rowbottom, Barrett Judd and Field. So right on schedule again here at Milers Club, which is really good to see. But let's introduce our field next for the women's E1500 metres. And we have a field off 15. Olivia Higginbotham from Ballarat YCW lines up in station 1. Then we have Maddie Gilchrist in 2. Riddy Mater is in station 3. From Melbourne University, Naomi Christensen is in station 4. From Mansfield, Ippolita Tersini is in 5. Grace Halifax is in station 6. Jennifer Mendez from Athletics Essendon in 7. Simone Phelan is in station 8. Station 10 we have from Athletics Essendon, Harriet Gray. Emily Wetzels from Glen Huntly in 11. Lenny Williams, Ballarat YCW in 12. Her teammate Greta Ashley in 13. We have in 14 Sophie R. Bateman. In 15 from Athletics Essendon, Rosa Barbanti. And Arabella East is in station 16. They're our 15 starters in the women's E1500 metres.
On your marks.
So good start. Battle to see who's going to take the lead here. Mendez is up early. Ashley is next to her from Ballarat. But looks like Jennifer Mendez is the one who wants to take the lead. Wouldn't be surprised if Ashley just edges forward. But they're going to settle now, and it will be Mendez leading the way. So about 18 seconds for that opening 100 there. Now we're seeing a little bit of a change out front. So Mendez just sitting nicely in that second position. Ashley's to the outside of her. I think that might be Higginbotham right up there early as well. And we'll try and identify our leader as they come down. So Sophie R. Bateman leads the way. Also up there, Arabella East. So Lenny Williams also up there from the YCW club. But out front, it is Sophie R. Bateman leading the way. So about 80 seconds through. So just, I think, a shade over 80 seconds, which is about 5-minute pace. So nice opening here in this race because they're all still well bunched together. So no real change out front. So some of our more experienced runners there, Mendez, also Ashley, sitting second and third. Momentum really good in this race at the moment. They're just allowing our Bateman to lead the way. No real change. Tersini from the Mansfield club sitting there on the rails. East also up there. Moving nicely there's Phelan as well. Barbanti in that next group. Wetzel sitting back in the rear pack there, which includes Higginbotham as well, as we approach the 800 metre mark. So this will tell us a lot. So pace has gone off a little bit on that second lap. So 2:47, they're going through the 800 metres. So now Mendez looks like she's got a little bit of momentum. Tersini also moving with her. Phelan coming through the field beautifully at the moment and establishing position there in about number 5. Another good move there from Arabella East, a smaller figure in the green T-shirt. But gee, that lead bunch looking strong here. And they've really got to work together and change that lead around as they hit that headwind to really help each other out to get those fast times. But there's one of our more experienced runners there, Jennifer Mendez. Right alongside her is Ippolita Tersini from Mansfield. She's at a 5:11 time. Seed time for Mendez is 5:20. So Tersini now leading on her own. I think Phelan's making a little bit of a move again. Could well be a trading partner there of Mendez. Ashley's going nice. He's still in third position, but Phelan's starting to make her way through. Bateman, also West in next position. So Maddie Gilchrist going along. Rosa Barbanti and three of the Essendon girls running together nicely there. Grace Halifax there with Higginbotham. And also the Glenn Huntley runner there in Wetzels. But out front, Tassini's making the big move here. Phelan, Mendez. Gap then to, I think that's East coming through next. But out front, now Mendez goes again. She goes ahead of Phelan. This is quite interesting. So they're winding it up over that last 200 metres now. So 4:33 on the clock. Ippolita Tassini from Mansfield, 5:11 is her time. She's got a gap now of about 8 metres over Mendez, but Mendez seems to be lifting. She's certainly moving away from Phelan, and who is starting to tire. But into the home straight now. Looks like Mendez does have that momentum. Draws alongside Tassini and goes past. Tassini is not giving up though. Battling in on the inside lane there. But it looks like Jennifer Mendez might have the goods here. It's going to be under the 5:10 mark. Well under. So well done, Jennifer Mendez. She'll take out the race. 5:09. Tassini right on the 5:10. Phelan 5:11, 5:12. It will be Arabella East. She'll be in through next. Then Ashley. Maddie Gilchrist next. Then Lenny Williams. Barbanti. Bateman. Also coming through there was Halifax. Also Ridi Mehta, Higginbotham and Wetzels. And that concludes our women's E1500. Taken out in fine fashion by Jennifer Mendez from Essendon. So a little bit of excitement back on the track now because we go to our men's dash for cash, and that is the I-1500. There will be 13 starters chasing $100 cold hard cash as they go through in this 1500 for the men. Samuel Duncan from Athletics Essendon, he'll take station 1. Andy White's in 2. From Athletics Essendon also Archer Bramble in 3. Isaac Sontag from Williamstown's in 4. From South Australia, we welcome Charlie Ellis in Station 6. From Western Athletics, Stephen Morgan's in 7. Daniel Charles from South Australia, he's in 8. In 9 from South Melbourne, it's Alex Colbert. In 11 from Glen Huntley, Jack Larner. From Mornington, we have Cameron Sace in 12. Lachlan Stewart from Old Scotch in 14. From Essendon, Noah Torello in 15. And from Box Hill, Will Leslie in Station 16. They are our starters in the men's I-1500, which is the dash for cash.
Runners are about to go. On your mark.
So good clean start there. Essendon taking the lead. I think that might be Bramble. Duncan just behind him, then Colbert in next position. Then we have the Box Hill uniform in Leslie, I think, next up. So good to see a couple of South Australians in this one. Charlie Ellis, also Daniel Charles. And the Essendon boys really mean business here. They are setting a nice pace here, and this field is starting to string out already. So it's Bramble up there. Noah Torello, that is. That's not Duncan. Duncan's sitting back in midfield. Colbert's still sitting there in that third position. They are starting to bunch up, and that indicates the pace has probably gone off a little bit. Jack Larner also looking good early. Morgan in the mix. The rear of the field. Looks like we've got the Mornington Peninsula uniform, which would be Cameron Sace. Colbert just edging forward now. Probably a little bit inspired by his training partner, Daniel Villado, just before taking out a very strong win in over 1,500. But Bramble, Archer Bramble looking strong. But gee, they're bunched up behind. The whole field's together still. So anyone could win this $100. So most of the seeds, I don't think anyone in this field has broken 420 before. I think on a good night, a few of them would do that. But let's see how it pans out here in these windy conditions. So Bramble leads, Colbert next. Jack Lana. Stephen Morgan's in a good position there. To see Charlie Ellis taking an outside lane. Now Scott's runner there is Lachlan Stewart. So approaching the 800 metre mark, 2:22, so it's pretty good. That's the same time that Villado went through in the previous men's 1,500. So Colbert now decides he's going to go forward. Let's see who goes with him. Duncan's moved nicely. He's got the longer hair of the Essendon runners there, sitting in about 5th position. I think that could be one of our South Australians there coming through also, which is Daniel Charles. He's got a 4:25 seed time, is certainly one of the top seeds. Jack Lana probably our highest seed here. And he's sitting midfield still. So Alex Colbert leads the way. So he's just got to stay strong on that rail. Duncan's coming down strongly to wanting to get good positions as they approach the bell. So Colbert, Duncan, Bramble's back in it again. And that is Daniel Charles, the South Australian from Team Tempo. So one out. Bramble takes the lead again. Let's see how it all drops down here. This is going to be very, very interesting. So Colbert probably happy that someone's now taken the lead down the back straight. Samuel Duncan looking strong. Also Daniel Charles going nicely. So the race is on. $100 on the line. Archer Bramble wants it. So does Colbert. So does everyone in this field. And it's Duncan the one who's going to make the big move here. So Samuel Duncan takes the outside line, boxes Colbert in, goes alongside Bramble. Colbert's just got to stay strong here. Gee, it's an Essendon 1-2-4 at the moment with Colbert splitting him in 3rd position. That might not last because we got the Essendon red and black really coming home strong. Gee, Archer Bramble, if he takes this out, this is going to be a huge run. So he's led most of the way, let the lead go to Colbert for a while, but then came home strongly. So time 4:12 at the moment, and it looks like Bramble might take it. I think Noah Torello will be in next position, but gee, that's a big, big run. Great run there from Archer Bramble. 4:23 on the clock, then Torello, then Colbert, Lana through next, then Duncan. And I think that was Stewart, and they're just coming in droves at the moment. Isaac Sontag through. Also Charlie Ellis and Andy White. So great win there. $100 coming the way of Archer Bramble and a new personal best, I'd say. Around the 4:22 mark, I think. But we can check that on the results hub a little bit later. But a 1-2 there for Essendon. 3rd place, Alex Colbert from South Melbourne. So event number 32 on the line, a full field of 18. Let's introduce who they are. From Frankston in Station 1, Justin Wolseley. Corey Harrop from Melbourne University is in Station 2. Benjamin Bodycoat from Box Hill in 3. From Richmond Harriers, Mark Stodden in 4. From Mentone, Lachlan Fulton in 5. From Box Hill, Fabiano Aguard in 6. Simon Blight is in 7. Tobias Lawrence from the VCCL in 8. Cameron Alice, Diamond Valley in 9. From Athletics Essendon, Oliver Burns in 10. Dane Gray from Glen Huntly in 11. Archie Hewitt from Mornington in 12. Lachlan Higgs is in 13. From South Melbourne, Tyler Dirksen in 14. Jerry Stamoulis from Oldseverians in 15. From Deacon, Jackson Lynch in 16. Riley Sullivan from Mentone in 17. And Callum White from Doncaster rounds out the field in Station 18. The men's H, 1,500 metres.
On your mark.
So big field of 18 here. Got a range of about 4:15 through to 4:22. So it should be pretty tight in this one as well. It'll be interesting to see, who wants to take the lead. And that looks like it might be Archie Hewitt is the man who's going to step forward. Diamond Valley uniform also up there, and that could be Cameron Alice, I think. And all will become clear as they come round past the finish line for the first time. Stimulus also moving up nicely early. This is good. Similar to the last race, the pace is on right from the start, and Hewitt's done a great job of just shaking them out of any lethargy early on and really going for it. So Hewitt leads from Stimulus. We've then got Jackson Lynch. We saw him run really well here at the last Milers Club. Also up there early is Dane Gray. So a lot of the young contenders really going for it. You can see that the red and blue uniform. That's Tobias Lewis of the BCCL. He's now sitting in about 7th position. Just off the back of him, I think that's Oliver Burns from Essendon. But out front, Archie Hewitt. I didn't get the opening split over 400, but let's check that 800 as they go through. Wind just seems to be easing a little bit, which is a good thing. But every time I say that, it comes right back up again. It's been a real gusty night here at Box Hill, unfortunately. But lead group of 3 there. It is Hewitt, Stimulus, then Lynch. Gap then to the Diamond Valley runner in Alice. He's leading that chase pack. Dane Gray right behind him. Hewitt doing a great job. If the pace goes, someone else has got to take it. They've got to work quite cohesively here to push through for those times. So 2 laps to go. Nice move there from Benjamin Bodycoat. Also up there, it is Oliver Burns just to the outside of that pack. So the whole group's come together here. Bodycoat has moved in that 4th position, just ahead of Alice. So 2:16 thereabouts at the 800. 2:19 at the rear of the field. So that's good running here. Dirkson's now starting to make his move from the rear of the field in the South Melbourne colours. But out front, it's Hewitt, Stimulus, Lynch, Bodycoat, Alice, then Gray. Still anyone's race, I'd say. Anything could happen in this one because runners are starting to really get into good position as they come towards the bell. We're seeing a few moves being made. Dirkson's one of those. The Winnipeg Wonders taking the outside run. Now we're seeing another big move here from, I think that's the ballerine uniform. But Hewitt, Alice is back in the picture here. Simon Blight's the one who's making a bit of a move with Dirkson. Gee, this one is on. This is worthy of a dash for cash, and Alice is really dashing out there. Lynch has gone with him. Stimula's still there. He's in 4th. Hewitt, Dirkson coming home strongly, just gone past Bodycoat. Where's Blight? Because he was right there, and he's still moving strongly down the back straight. But it is Alice leading the way. He was up there early, drifted back into the pack, but now he's up by about 10 metres. Blight's now come through strongly in the ballerine uniforms. He's alongside Stimulus and Lynch and into 2nd place clearly. Dirkson's still trying to work hard to move up into that lead 3. But it is Alice starting to lose momentum, and Blight's the one who could take the lead here. Dirkson into next position, Lynch and Stimulus. But Blight takes the lead. Alice has been brave, but he's had to give it up to Blight as they come into the home straight. So Blight leading. Alice still in 2nd position, but Dirkson's coming out, and Bodycoat's still in this race as well. But Alice is going to take it. Great running here from Blight. He will take it. 4:12. Dirkson, Bodycoat, Lynch, Alice, big run, Stimulus. Great running. Harrop was through next. Coming through in droves at the moment. So 17, that was Riley Sullivan coming through. Wow, what a race out there. And Oliver Burns up there early, but just not so strong on the last lap. But big running there. Very entertaining race in the men's H15. I think that's setting us up now. The excitement level's going up because the times are now dropping like flies. So conditions fantastic. Well, not quite fantastic, but they're running faster times over 1,500.
3 for Gamma.
So we'll have 13 starters in the next race, the men's G 1500. Let's see if they can match some of those times from the 8th race. In Station 1, we'll have from Mentone, Matthew Bergen. In 3, from Chilwell, Charles Lay. We welcome another South Australian. In Station 5, we have Henry Braithwaite. In 6, we have Billy Mead. Station 7 from Sandringham, Matthew Holditch. In 8 from Old Zaverians, Liam Stocky. From Athletics Chilwell, we have Gus Augustine in 10. Reuben Howard from Glen Huntly in 11. Jeffrey Risley takes to the track. A big welcome back to Box Hill for Jeff Risley. He's taking Station 12. Cooper Proven from St Kevin's, he's in 13. Flynn Walker is in 14. Jesse Lumby 15 from Essendon, and in 16 from Glen Huntly it is Kane Hilkema. So that is our field in the men's G 1500 about to get underway.
And Chilwell, are you in this? What's your leg number? 10. We're about to go. Thanks, runners. On your marks.
So underway now in the G race. And is that Jeff Risley edging forward to the front? I think it might be. So good opening here in this G 1500. The pace, like in that last race, right from the start, they are going. I think they've probably been a little bit inspired. So interesting to see how Risley positions himself. Trying to spot him at the moment. Sitting at the back of the pack. And it is Stocky in leading at the moment. Sorry, Jesse Lumby. Looks like Hilkema is in next position. Come on, Jeff, get a wriggle on. Just biding his time here. Let's get it. Gee, it's a good opening. My God, it's a quick opening. 61.62, I reckon. So Jesse Lumby means business. He's got a 4:13 PB and he's on about 3:50 pace. So this is a good start. Let's see what happens. No wonder Jeff's just lagging at the back at the moment. But I reckon he might take a few scalps as he winds his way into this field. But Jesse Lumby really setting off beautifully here. Hilkema up there as well. The darkness just starting to come in here at the Box Hill track. There will be new lights at some stage once council gets going. So Lumby really striving forward. Still holding good form there. Cooper Proven's up there. Hilkema. Also Braithwaite. Another runner up there, Flynn Walker. Risley still sitting there at the back. Got the Bendigo uniform there he's chasing. So 2:11, pace has gone off a little bit, but it's still relatively swift. So Lumby leads, Proven, Braithwaite in next position. Quite a gap now starting to form between 3 and 4. But out front, this is really impressive. But as we've seen, can be a brave move on a windy night to get out there by yourself and do all the work into this rather gusty wind here at Box Hill. But Lumby moving beautifully still. He's going to come down and get the bell. This could be a long 400. Braithwaite, I think, might be the next one to start to move through. So he's got a 4:15 to his name, but he's going nicely. So Lumby leads it. Proven. Then we have Bergen coming through. Also the Old Zaverian there and Liam Stocky. And Risley is moving through. So just watch Jeff Risley over this last lap to see the form. This is the track that he actually launched his international career in 2006, I think it was, just before the Com Games. We saw Risley take on some great internationals and beat them all. But out front, Lumbee and Braithwaite are the ones to watch, although Risley could be into the picture here. He might like a little podium finish. But out front, it's still Lumbee. Let's get behind him because this has been brave running, but it's been smart running from Henry Braithwaite from South Australia as he just edges closer and closer. So will he break the heart here of Jesse Lumbee? You've done all the work out front. Lumbee's still moving well, but Braithwaite moving better. And into this home straight, Lumbee's going to try and hold him off. Try. It's on between the two of them. Get behind them, crowd. This will get them going. The South Australia, Lumbee's going to take it. What a run. That's one of the runs of the night. 4:09, Braithwaite in next, then Lay, Risley through in a good time there. Also through Ruben Howard, another one in there, Gus Augustine. Sorry, I'm losing my voice. Hilkema next. Then we have Flynn Walker and Billy Mead. But gee, Jesse Lumbee, congratulations, that was brave. Read the program. Yeah. Let's introduce our field for the women's D 1500 metres, and we have in station 1 from Glen Huntly, Vegas Henry. In 2 from Yarra Rangers, Zoe Clark. In 4 from Wendouree, Angela Williams. Sarah Fitzpatrick from Athletics Essendon's in 5. From Glen Huntly, Georgie Lindsay in 6. From South Melbourne, Poppy Donaldson is in 7. In 8, we have Ringwood's Ruby Daxter. Millicent Fraser from Box Hills in 9. Sandringham's Louisa Lazar in 10. Madeline Kearney from Doncaster in 11. Eden Hill from Albury's in 12. From Ringwood, we have Natalie Barr in 13. Marianne McSweeney's in 14. Ruby Donaldson from South Melbourne in 15. Ada Hill from Wellington is in 16. Tilly Morton is in 17. And from Box Hill, Annabelle Roberts in station 18. 17 starters in the women's D 1500 metres. Once again, we need the infield clear of athletes. Athletes on the infield, you're obstructing the view between our starters and the judges. So if athletes could keep it clear at start time.
We're about to go, runners. On your marks.
So underway now, the women's D 1500, 17 starters, and it's a quick start. So as they settle, try and pick up the uniforms through the darkness, and it is a Glen Huntly uniform pushing forward there. I think that's Georgie Lindsay with the blonde hair. So a nice opening there for Georgie, just setting the pace, and as they start to settle, everyone's just drifting in behind. You can see Angela Williams, one of our more experienced runners. She's sitting at the rear of the field. And quite often you'll see this as the youngsters take off, the more experienced runners just let them go. And as we saw with Jeff Risley in that last race, you just pick them off. But going very wide, it's like a Melbourne Cup field here as they come into the home straight for the first time. They're having to go wide because I don't think the pace is super quick. So that someone's got to really charge forward and really start to set this up. A couple of the Ringwood girls stepping in here to take the pace. Natalie Barr being one of those. And also Ruby Baxter. So Baxter takes the lead. Lindsay stuck on the inside there. McSweeney to the outside. The two Donaldson twins sort of sitting rear of the pack at the moment as well. The Wellington runner there. My apologies, that's Ada Hill. She's sitting nicely on the rails. So about 80 seconds. So 5-minute pace at the moment. None of the seed times here are under the 5-minute mark, so it'd be lovely to see some sub-5s out of this race. And gee, the two girls from Ringwood, they're starting to really force that pace. So this is what we wanted. Early on, they just settled a little bit too slowly, but now the two girls from Ringwood, and that's Baxter, I think, leading the way. This is setting this race up beautifully. So Ruby Baxter leads it. I'm fairly certain it's a Ringwood teammate there, not too far behind. That's Natalie Barr. So Baxter's got a 5:02 to her name. She would love to finish this with a 4 as the first digit, and she is working hard to make sure that happens tonight. So Baxter leads the way, but gee, they're starting to really form a good pack behind. So Clark's in third. Then we've got Roberts. She's in 4th position at the moment. Lindsay just drifting back a little bit. I think Lazar also up there at the moment too in that mid-pack. Now, a few moves on the back straight as they get that tailwind. So they're in about, still on that 5-minute pace thereabouts out front, but maybe we just need a little bit of a push up front to really get under that 5 minutes here. With Baxter doing so much of the work at the moment, but setting a really good rhythm out front. Looks like the Wellington runner has joined them. It's Hill. So nice group of 3 out front. I think that one of the Box Hill runners might be in there as well, but Baxter still leads it. Quite a gap now between 3 and 4 as we hear the tone of the bell just starting to resonate here as Baxter leads through. So it's Baxter, Hill, Clark. Baxter pushing forward again. Fitzpatrick in next, then Lazar. Also up there was Roberts. So Williams coming through now. Not far behind her is Tilly Morton. And Millicent Fraser in next position. But down the back straight, we've seen a few leaders just take them home and run the whole way through. And can Baxter do this just like we saw in that last race with Lumbee? Hill now just being joined. I can't really pick up who that is. But there are a few moves starting to take place here, but it's still Ruby Baxter leading the way, 200 out on 4:21. So we're going to have a right on that 5-minute mark, so we're going to need a big crowd response in this home straight to get us through. So Ruby Baxter out by about 20 metres. Gets those arms pumping. Those legs are following it. So Baxter into the home straight. Let's get behind her because this is a big, big run from Ruby. The wind's come up a little bit. She's got to battle that and the fatigue. 4:49, 4:50 on the clock. Come on, Ruby. You can do it. You can get yourself under. 55, 56. I think she'll do it. Ruby Baxter, what a run. She'll take it. Next one in will be Sarah Fitzpatrick. Just to the side of her will be Roberts. Big run from Donaldson as well. Also in there was Clark. Hills come through. Then it was Poppy Donaldson. Next one through Tilly Morton, Angela Williams and Millicent Fraser. But great run, Ruby Baxter. What a win there. Sub-5 for the first time here at Milers Club meet number 3.
Finish order is 8, 5, 18, 2, 10, 15, 13, 16, 14, 1, 12, 11, 6, 7, 17, 4, and 9.
So lined up, just about ready to go. Men's F1500, and we've got from Ringwood, Callum Settle, Lachlan Monaro from Glen Huntley, from Eureka, Ben Mornane, Nathan Munro from Old Scotch, Finn Kane from Williamstown, Alan Vernal from Nunawading, Jack Waters from Knox, Joshua Carlin from Box Hill, James Lay from Chilwell, James McManus from South Australia, Joshua Daly from Box Hill, from Mentone, Dylan Gillespie, Max Luke from Collingwood Harriers, Justin Cementon, also Jet Keeley from Knox, and Camille Higazi from Doncaster.
Thanks, runners. On your marks.
So underway, and once again a pretty good start here. They start to settle as they approach the first 100. Very hard to pick them up as the darkness settles here at Box Hill. We'll wait for them to come into the home straight and then hopefully get a good fix on what's happening out front. The wind's still very gusty here. Bit of a westerly, which is unusual breeze for Melbourne. It's coming across the track, but more of a predominant headwind into the home straight. I think it could be one of our interstaters leading the way. No, sorry, that's a Knox uniform. And that will be Jet Keeley, I believe, leading the way. So, sorry, that's Jack Waters. Max Luke in next position. Also Joshua Carlin up there. So Waters has got a 4:08 to his name, leading the way, going through in 64, so it's 4-minute pace. Maxie Luke in next position at the moment. Carlin's to the outside of him. I think Manara's up there as well early. So this is ticking along very nicely. Not a lot separates the whole field. 4:08, I think, is top seed, through to about 4:11, 4:12. So a very tightly bunched event, this one. That's the F race for the 1500. And there's Jack Waters leading the way. So Waters setting a good pace here, 64 opening lap. Interesting to see how lap number 2 transpires here. As we see Camille Higazi making a bit of a move. Also Callum Settle looking quite good. Joshua Daly in the midfield there. Vernal at the rear of the field, but gee, there's not much in it at the moment. South Australian McManus also there alongside of Vernal. So just dropping slightly on this second lap. So Waters takes them through at 2:12. So it's about a 68. So pace gone off a little bit. So will we see a change in lead if someone wants to really pick this pace up and take it? Not to say Waters isn't doing a good job, but it has dropped a few seconds on that lap. So now there's, well, it's still all together basically. A few drifting at the back now as the pace goes down a little bit. So Waters leading. Looks like Mornane on the outside there, the tall figure in the Eureka uniform. Next one to make the move. So the pace back on. So we did this just what we needed. Mornane picks up the pace. So Benny Mornane from Eureka going with it. Lay from Chilwell also trying to make a move. Waters still in there. Now we're seeing Nathan Munro also go for it. But out front, Mornane leads it. Waters. Lay, I think, in next position. I think Monaro might be next. Then Carlin. But through the 1200, Ben Mornane takes it. Waters is back on, and I wouldn't be surprised if Waters goes past again. So big run here from Waters. It allowed Mornane to take the lead, but now Waters goes again. This race is really on. They're going to push each other hugely here over this last 400. Who's got the strength over 2? Because Mornane's not being dropped at all by Waters. Big move by Waters with the tailwind. Now they're going to get a little bit of push as they get into the headwind around the top bend. Mornane hasn't budged an inch here as Waters still leads, but Mornane right on him. Lay in next position. I think Manara next. Settle in next position. So into the home straight. So 3:52 on the clock. It's going to be close to the 4-minute mark. Mornane just seems to have the strength. Waters battling on beautifully, but Mornane just gets those long legs rolling. And Benny Mornane, he'll take it in 4:04. Waters next. Looks like that's Manara next. Then Lay, Settle. Next one through Munro to the outside there. That was Higazi. Gillespie also through. And then our Ivanhoe runner also coming through there, who has not got his hip number on. Makes my life very difficult. The great win there. Ben Mornane takes it. And I think that's a new PB for the big man from Eureka.
No, it's just one short pin on the front.
So a full field of 17 for the next event, the men's E 1500 metres. And let's go through our field in Station 1. A blast from the past. We welcome from South Australia, former Australian junior champion, also on the podium many times on the Australian Open steeplechase. The great man, Stephen Thurston from South Australia, lines up in Station 1. From Mornings Peninsula, we have Joel Davies in 2. From Knox, Daniel Malone in 3. From Athletics, Essendon and Finley Simons in 4. St Kevin's, Robert Hopkins in 5. Oliver Pratt from Mornington's in 6. Oscar O'Connor from Doncaster 7. Brett Ellis, Williamstown in 8. From VCCL, Ashley Cowan in 9. Station 10 from Doncaster, Johnny Portwood. And 11 from Western Athletics, Jackson Wright. And 12 from South Australia, Finn Johnson. In 13 from Box Hill, Ross Thomas. 14 from Box Hill, Kalan Luong. In 15 from Bendigo Uni, Ben Powell. Oliver Lurie lines up in 16. And William Pereira from Tasmania in 17.
Guys on the infield, can you move away from in line with the finish line?
4, 8, 3, 10, 5, 12, 13, 11, 9, 13, 17.
So once again, keep the infield clear so that our starters can see the judges stand.
We're about to go, runners. On your marks.
So as I said, Thurston, good to see Steve Thurston back on the starting line. It'll be interesting to see what sort of form he's in. Another interesting one is William Pereira, the Tasmanian. He's the national champion for 2K steeple for the under-16 age group. So we'll see where Pereira positions himself. He's got a 4... or what's his PB? Sorry about that. But Pereira certainly comes in with pretty good form, and another one of our great Tasmanians from the TDR group. So they'll come out of the darkness here. I think I can see a Mornington uniform potentially out front. That could be Joel Davies. All will become clear as they come into the lights here of the home straight. And Bendigo University looking good there. Ben Powell certainly up there. So Oliver Pratt leading the way. Very bunched field. Thomas at the back of the field, but in a good position there. Opening splits. It's going to be probably a little bit slower than that last race, but I think they're going to pace this nice. 66 opening lap there. So let's see who really forces the pace on. So Power from Bendigo University just pushing along there with Pratt. So Pratt's a 4:05 runner. Power's a 4:07 runner. So currently probably on around that sort of time schedule. But the group's certainly sticking well together at the moment. As I said, the Box Hill runner there and Thomas just sitting at the back of the field. He's an experienced runner. He's been running well at Milers Club all season. So I think we'll see Ross Thomas certainly taking a few scalps as they go into the tail end of the field. Or the event. Brett Ellis just taking a little move down the outside there in the Williamstown uniform. As we see Robert Hopkins taking the lead there. Also Oliver Lurie going with him. This is a very interesting race. Everyone's having a little bit of a dip out front, but it is, I think Hopkins now takes the lead. So coming through into the 800 metres. And they're still on about the 66, 67. So it wasn't a super quick lap, that one. These guys should be pushing more around the 64s. I think we might see it like the last one. There could be a really lovely kick down over that last 500 metres. So now it's starting to string out a little bit more, and that's indicative of the pace going down and being lifted. And I think that's what Hopkins has just done to this field. So they're approaching the 1 kilometre mark as they come to the top of the home straight here. So they're going to be about the 246, 247, I'd say, through the 1K. So really bunched out front. This is going to be hard to call towards the end as they come out of the darkness. But it looks like one of the interstaters now starting to move through. And it is Pereira. He's being led by Joel Davies, though. Port was going strong to the outside. But Pereira, gee, he looks good. But the smaller figure there, Davies, is just holding him out at the moment. I think Hopkins might still... No, he's drifting back through. So 3:19 through the 1,200 metres. And now I think Pereira starts to hit his straps down that back straight. So Pereira, it could be a Doncaster runner. That might be O'Connor, I think, who's tracking along with him. Port with the other Doncaster runner now moving from 5th to 4th to 3rd. So out front, Pereira, O'Connor, I think, in next position. O'Connor takes the lead. Coming around that top bend, has Pereira's young legs given out on him now. Davies back in the picture as well. And that is Joel Davies. So out front, I'm pretty sure that's O'Connor, unless it's Powell. Let's see what the uniform is as they come into the light here. No, sorry, it is Powell. I missed that one. Ben Powell looking super strong here. And it will be Ben Powell taking out this race. 4:05, I'd say, is going to stop the clock. Thomas come through. Pereira to the inside there in 3rd position. Then we had Ashley Cowan to the outside. But a good strong run there. Ben Powell from Bendigo Uni. I'd say that's a new personal best for him, as we see Jackson Wright and also Finlay Simons moving through to complete the E 1,500 metres.
I'll get you to put a couple of pins in.
So we'll now introduce the field. Our next event, it is the Women's C 1500, event number 37 of 43. We have a full field of 16 starters, and they are from Athletics Essendon in Station 1, Audrey Savage. Chloe Phelan from Williamstown is in Station 2. Georgia Pounding, Oldsavarians in 3. We welcome from Finland in Station 4, Linnea Harala. In 5 from Box Hill, Monique Williams. In 6 from Deakin, Poppy Niverovich. Meg Oakley-Kerr from St Stephen's is in 7. In Station 8, we welcome from Tasmania, Kate Fox. In 9 from Athletics Essendon, Ella Uzan. In 10 from Sandringham, Sienna Rowe. In 11 from Mentone, Cassandra Servadai. In 12 from Athletics Essendon, Sana Jayasinghe. In 13 from South Melbourne, Alex Harrison. In 14, her teammate, Sarah Waters. In 15 from Ballarat YCW, Aria Violini. And in 16 from Athletics Essendon, Molly Bremner. 16 starters in the Women's C 1500 metres.
You okay? Thanks, runners. We're about to go. On your marks.
So cleanly away in this 1500 for the C women. Wind just starting to ease a little bit once again.
Yes.
So conditions are improving as the night rolls on here, and we're seeing some fairly fast times being run. So this women's C ranges from around the 4:47 through to 4:53 there. Oh, sorry, about 5:01 being the bottom seeds, but they're nicely bunched early on in this race as they go through the dark areas of this track before they emerge into the light of the home straight. So our top seeds, Chloe Phelan is one of those, just coming off her couple of weeks up at Falls. But it might be Sarah Waters leading the way. So Sarah in the South Melbourne kit. Phelan's just to the back of her. Also up there early is Sienna Rowe. Making a good move down the side there, Poppy Nivarovic. Harrison midfield at the moment. Also Georgia Pounding just sitting at near the rear of the field. But Waters leading the way. She did this at the 3K at Lakeside. Had to do a lot of the pace work out front. So under the 80-second mark. So they're well under the 5-minute schedule at the moment. And Sarah Waters from South Melbourne certainly leading that pack. So Rowe looking good at the moment. Phelan, it'll be interesting to see how Chloe goes over the 1500 after the little stint up at Falls. A few of her teammates will be featuring in the A race a little bit later. But nice pace being set here by Waters because that field is really starting to stretch. So Meg Oakley-Kerr also sitting in a nice position. She's on the rail, sitting in about 5th or 6th position there. Feeling quite happy to take the outside running. It's just sitting one out, one back basically. Oakley-Kerr sitting on the rails. Also up there early, Audrey Savage. So she's going along nicely. Now finish runner, Harala also in the mix at the moment. Nivarovic, then Harrison in next spot. Then Sarnajaya Singer. But they're really moving along beautifully here at the moment. So Waters is doing a good job just keeping this pace nice and steady. So 2:35. Gee, that's there. I think they've picked it up on that second lap. So Waters doing a great job, and that pack just pushing her forward. Whelan's there, Rose there, Savage is there. Also Oakley-Kerr, Harala, Nivarovic, Harrison trying bravely to get onto that lead pack. So quite a split now between Harrison and Jaya Singer with the chasers. And now we might have a little bit of a change in lead. So Waters taking the inside running. Chloe Phelan's been to the outside the whole way, but might have the momentum as they come through and they will hear the sound of the bell. Wind seems to have eased quite a lot at the moment, so conditions now getting much, much better. Harala, the finish runner, she's the next one moving through, so Phelan going. Harala goes with her. Then it's Waters, Rowe, Savage and Oakley-Kerr, Nivarovic and Harrison in that order. Jaya Singer. Then we got Williams. Also there is Ella Uzan, the walker. Ariana Violini's having a good run. Then it is Georgia Pounding. But out front, a few moves being made here. Good strong running from Phelan. Harala's still there. It looks like Waters is just drifting back through the pack. Harrison trying hard to work back onto them. Waters not done with yet though. Actually, she's still right there on Harala's back. Trying to identify the next one through. I think that's Savage, and that's a good run from Audrey Savage. She's just gone past Waters. I think Audrey Savage is lining herself up to take the win here. So out front, it is still Phelan. Savage and Harala not too far behind. I think Waters is just starting to tire a little bit now. But round the bend, Chloe Phelan still leads it. Oakley-Kerr, I think it is the one is making the moves now. So it's Oakley-Kerr coming alongside Harala. So Oakley-Kerr into the home straight now. Just goes past Phelan. I think Meg Oakley-Kerr is going to take this one. So Oakley-Kerr, she'll grab it. Good run here from Meg. It's going to be a sub 450. Phelan in next position, and then Waters right on the 450. Harala, then Rowe, Nivarovic, then Savage, Harrison, Jaya Singer will break 5 minutes. And then we have Violini right on 5 alongside Williams. Pounding, also Ella Uzan. That's a really good run from her. Next one through there, Servidai and Bremner. So great running there. Meg Oakley-Kerr came out of the darkness and took the win in the women's C 1500 metres. Apologies, we've got one more coming through, and it is Kate Fox from Tasmania, and she'll round out the field there in the women's C 1500. Thanks, Len. got? 30, 38 and 39? Beautiful. And you take those ones from me.
Hello, finish order.
I had a question for you guys.
14, 4, 10, 6, 1, 13, 12, 15, 5, 9, 3, 11, 16, and 8.
So you pass most of the shit out of the work. Yeah, I know, that's right. Once you pass the big line, that part doesn't matter. It's a bit before that.
So we now move to the men's D 1500 metres, and we have 15 starters. Jackson Unfank from Ballerines in 1. Ben Griffiths in 2. From Old Melburnians, James Paproff in 3. In 5, we have from Box Hill, Andre Maladay. Dan Gibney from Old Zavarians in 6. Alexander Cameron Smith, Western A's in 7. Durham D Old Box Hill in 8. Charlie Kybert from Morning Peninsula, Station 9. Caden Murray from Diamond Valleys in 10. Jamie Blackburn from Ivanhoe in 11. From Melbourne University, Tane Langs in 12. William McLinden, I think from Western Australia, is in 13. From South Australia, Lachlan Hall is in 14. Also from South Australia, we welcome Hudson Miles into Station 15. And from Tasmania, Luke Palmer is in Station 16. That's the men's D 1500 metres.
Thanks, runners. On your mark.
He's got no meat on him.
They all wanted the same bit of turf.
So a good opening here. Interesting to see Luke Palmer, one of the Tasmanians. He's a national champion under 15 over 3 kilometres. So another one of our Tasmanian distance squad runners here with good credentials. But out front, it's the Old Melburnians uniform there, and that's James Paproff leading the way. Maladay just to the outside of him. You've also got Cameron Smith, Alexander Cameron Smith, Western A's, quite prominent. Caden Murray from Diamond Valley taking the outside line there. Ran a big PB last Saturday over 1500, and Murray is going to join the leaders right on 4-minute pace. So for thereabouts is 64 seconds. And I think it is Murray who's now leading the way. So Paproff was up early. But now we're seeing Murray taking them through. So we just need a good strong run here from Caden to really push that pace, and that's exactly what he's doing. And pace is definitely lifted. So 64 opening lap, which is just what they wanted. Now they need to just keep that momentum over lap number 2. So Murray leading. Cameron Smith had a big run over 800, massive PB here at Box Hill in meet number 2, and you can see him prominent on the outside there. Also up there is Dan Gibney. Luke Palmer's currently in 2nd position, as said, a national champion over 3K. So he's sitting in good position there. Paproff still in the mix. So pace pretty steady here, 207, 208, yep, 64. So Murray's done a great job there, just keeping that momentum. And this is the lap where they just need to keep that move going. And now we're seeing the young man from Tasmania, Palmer. He's taken the lead. This is great that they're just moving it around. Gibney's gone as well. So Murray's now the one who's just got to maintain his composure. And I think Cameron Smith has also gone forward. So an interesting race, this one. A few leaders willing to go out there and work into the wind. And that's really setting up a fast pace. And I think we might see our first sub-4 for the evening here in this event. So Palmer leads it. Now we're seeing Diol come into it. Also Hudson from South Australia moving well. So can Palmer just hold it? Gibney's moving beautifully. Diol's the one who's probably going to make the moves here. Those long legs of Darren Diol, 1200 in. That pace just dropped a little bit on that third lap. So now, can they get the sub 4 minutes here? It's going to need a big push. Diol could be one of the ones to do it. Also, Malladay's still in the mix here. Cameron Smith being tested over the 1500 metres, and I think he'd probably go home thinking, I prefer the 8. But around they come, and it is Diol who leads the way. Palmer's still sitting in there. It could be on here, but Darren Diol's certainly the one who's made the big move over that lap. So Diol leads them into the home straight. 3:50 on the clock. I don't think we're going to see the sub-4. It's going to be close, but it is Diol, Palmer. Palmer's got it, and he will be right on that 4-minute mark. Malladay comes through strongly. So did Kai Bird, Cameron Smith, Gibney. And then Murray, Paproff, also up there, Ben Griffiths. Unthanked just comes through. And then we had McAlinden and Tane Lang will round out the field here in the men's D 1500. Taken out in fine form by Luke Palmer from Tasmania, and I think in a new personal best time. We'll wait for results up. We'll move on now. The men's C 1500, event 39 of 43. And we have a full field of 18, featuring very many interstate athletes, which is great to see here at Milers Club. So our field is, in Station 1, we welcome from South Australia, Bailey Giles. In 2, from Knox, Reese Hadfield. In 3, also from South Australia, Luke Mitchell. Another South Australian, Joe Cross, is in 4. Another South Australian, Harrison Wade, he is in Station 5. From Ivanhoe, we have David Gregg in 6. From Mentone, Sam Bunnage in 7. Adrian McDermott from Bendigo Unis in 8. From Old Severians, Joshua Augustinus in 9. From Wendouree, Joshua Hawkes in 10. From Doncaster, Lucas Scholes Robertson in 11. Another South Australian, it's Zach Connell, lines up in Station 12. Alongside him is, from Box Hill, Nathan Tiemans. Jacob Gardner from Tasmania, he's in 14. From South Australia, Connor Hortel is in 15. From Eureka, Jordan Mason in 16. From South Melbourne, Musa Janimo Jagula in 17. And from South Australia, Cam Clohessy in 18. It's like a South Australian State Championship, but it is the men's C 1500.
On your marks.
So away we go. And with all these interstaters, please, I will apologise for not knowing who they are, but we've got to spot them by their hip numbers and also try and spot them in the dark. But a good opening start here. I'd say they've just a little bit of horseplay early as a few bodies move around. We'll try and identify who's going to take the lead. Looks like the South Melbourne uniform there, and that's Musa Jagula. We don't know much about him over the 1500. Apparently he's run a 29-minute 10K in Ethiopia. But Jagula leading the way. Adrian McDermott in next position. What a great star and talent, young talent he is. Also up there, Scholes Robertson. A really packed crowd at the moment. Josh Hawkes sitting towards the rear of the field. He's had a big Milers Club season so far, Hawkes, running PBs at every event he goes through. So it'll be interesting. Let's have a look at Hawkes' time. 3:59.21. So we'll see if we can get Josh through to another PB. Having a great season. But it's Jagula and McDermott leading the way. Scholes Robertson right up there still. I think Reece Hadfield also sitting in beautifully too in the early stages. So they're making my life easy because the Victorians leading at the moment. And it is Musa Janimo Jagula. We don't know too much about his form over the 1,500 metres, but we'll find out tonight for sure. But McDermott, what a great year he's having, what a great season. The young man from a Bendigo. And Avery's coming in for 3:59, sort of PB. All right, so now we're starting to spot them, and it is Jacob Gardner, the Tasmanian, looking strong early. Greg's up there. Also Joe Cross from South Australia in good position, but gee, they're bunched. Mason's now at the back of the field. I mean, he's got Augustinus just in front of him, but they are separated by no more than 10 metres right across the field here. So coming up to the 800 metre mark, and we're on 2:10, so yeah, okay, not so quick. And now Cross, I think it might be the one who decides, yeah, this pace has really got to go up. So they just dawdled on that second lap. And what we're seeing here is the South Melbourne runner, Jagula, just drifting right to the back of the field. So pace gone up a couple of notches. So 2:10, just not good enough for our C 1500. We want them under that 4-minute mark. And now we're seeing just that. The race is on. I think Bunnings might be in contention here at the moment. Yeah, so Bunnings is the one who now takes the lead. So across there, we've also got Harrison Way going nicely, one of the South Australians. He's got a PB around the 3:58 mark. So out front, it is Bunnage. I think Wade and Cross in next positions. And now we're seeing another move from another one of the South Australians, I think. So there's a 2, 3 and 4, but it's all Bunnage out front. So this is a big run from Sam Bunnage. I think he needs this one. He wants to get into those higher races, and he needs this performance in this C1500 to do that. You've got to break through with times. And that's what Sam Bunnage is proving tonight, that he's going to put that time on the board. 3:42 as he comes into the home straight. Let's get Sammy under that 4-minute mark, and he is looking very strong. So we'll be Bunnage taking out this C 1,500 metres. So he'll be well under the 4-minute mark. Then it's going to be Bailey Giles from South Australia, and then Joe Cross. Next one in, Harrison Wade, right on that 4-minute mark, and they're all coming in droves now. As we see Augustinus come through. Not far behind him there was Hawkes. And then we will have Hadfield and also Jagula coming through in the men's C 1,500 metres.
No. We'll line them up in numbers. Don't worry. We'll line them up in leg numbers. And that's the check-off, checking the leg numbers. Got a sorry, the Yarra Rangers, wrong side. I can't answer that. I don't know the answer. There was a question about shoes. That's not us. We have been directed.
Let's introduce the field now. The women's B 1,500 metres, and there are 15 starters. Ali Brooks from Diamond Valley lines up in Station 1. From Athletics, Essendon and Charles Jackson in 3. Michaela Young takes station number 4 for Collingwood Harriers. Mentones, Tilly Williams in 5. From Melbourne University, Zoe Woods is in 6. Melbourne Uni's Eleanor Benson in 7. From South Bendigo, Chelsea Tickle in 8. Ballarat YCW's Eliza Lapere in 9. Alexandria Anthony from Glen Huntly in 10. From Tasmania, Isabel Hoggett is in 11. Heidi Coupler from Diamond Valley in 12. Matilda Johnson, Diamond Valley in 13. From Yarra Ranges, Bridget Rice in 14. Athletics Essendon's Emily Mifsud in 16. And Chloe Baldock from Doncaster in 17.
Thank you, runners. On your marks.
So it looks like Brooks has gone from right from the start here. So very fast opening 100 there as they start to settle. I think Rice has gone with her as much as I can see in the darkness. Gee, this is on. They are racing each other early on here. So it'll be interesting to see if they do settle at some stage. But you can just see from the motion here, these girls are keen to get good times on the board and definitely trying to get that sub 440. So Brooks, Rice, Tickle. And I think Baldock's in next position. Benson, Lepere's moving up. Anthony's stuck in the middle there. Bit of pushing and shoving. Young, Mifsud. Now they're starting to settle the pace a little bit, and I think you might find that second pack will start to draw them in. So they're going through the first 400 in about 67. Jesus, they are quick. Apologies. They are moving very nicely. So an aggressive start here. Benson's starting to pull the rest of the other pack through, I think. She had a good run. She ran a 440 in Shield, and look at that. That's exactly what's happened. They've pulled that field right in here because the pace is starting to ease off at the front. Very aggressive opening lap, and now I think they're just paying the price a little bit as the field just starts to really draw back together. So those who've played the patient game coming back into the picture. So Brooks still leads it. Rice to the outside of her. I think Benson was into the mix. Also, we've got the Melbourne University runner there in Woods. She's on the outside there. Her teammate on the inside. Lepere's right up there. Tickle, Anthony. Also Williams moving through. Another one making a move there is Matilda Johnson. So Charlotte Jackson coming through. 2 laps to go. So a lot of these girls were really pushing for that sub 440. That's the national qualifier. So they're through in 2:26. So pace has gone right off on that second lap. It was nearly an 80. Now we're seeing some moves. I think that might be Woods is leading forward now. Benson sitting beautifully and moving so well. Now Anthony moves into third slot. So yeah, there's been a patient game being played here. And as a result, we're seeing some big changes in this field. I think that's Zoe Woods coming into the home straight. She'll be getting the bell. Anthony moving nicely. She's now moving into second position. So Woods, Anthony, Benson, Lapere. Young's come through beautifully. Rice, then Williams. Coupler in next position. Mifsud coming through to get the bell as well, and Jackson. But out front is Woods. She's now out by a good 20-25 metres. Anthony and also Benson going next. They'll be really shooting for that sub 340 here and love to get that Nationals qualifier. But strong running Zoe Woods. This is a big performance from her. So great to see Woods really back on the scene and running so strongly in these middle distance events here at Milers Club. So Zoe Woods into the last 200. So is Alexandria Anthony and also Benson. I think Michaela Young might be making the big moves there as well. And alongside her, that is hard to spot. Maybe it's Williams. Let's see as they come round. But into the home straight now, and it is Zoe Woods. Been an impressive run here from Zoe. She's really going to take this one by the neck and shake it. And look at the time, 4:23 at the moment. Great run from Woods. Fantastic performance. And Zoe Woods, she's going to get in right on that 4:30 mark. Big run also from Anthony and Lepere. They're looking for the sub for 4:30. Lepere will be next one through. They'll be under the 4:30. Then Michaela Young, Ali Benson, then Coupler, Tickle, Williams, also Johnson, Boulder. Next one through, Hoggett from Tasmania. Brooks will be next in at 4:54. Then Missard and also Jackson. But Zoe Woods, big run there in the B 1500 for women.
Why is 6 out there? Okay. Yep. I'm assuming she's going to intro.
14,
No, you're right, you're right.
So event number 41, the men's B 1500 metres, and we do have 14 starters. Hamish Donahue from Sandringham's in Station 1. From Box Hill, Peter Green is in 2. From Melbourne University, Steve Langdon in 4. Casey Caninia's Lucas Kish is in Station 5. Joshua Unfang from Ballerine in 6. From Diamond Valley, Tim Logan in 8. From South Australia, we welcome Tom Lancaster into Station 9. St Stephen's, Christopher Dales in 10. From Box Hill, Nicholas Baggett in 11. From St Stephen's, Reece Langdon in 12. From Deakin, we have Sam Williams in Station 14. Cooper Giles from South Australia is in 15. From Keilor St Bernard's, Dylan Egadawate in 17. And from South Australia, Max Sperling is in Station 18. That's your field in the men's B 1500 metres.
Thank you, runners. On your mark.
So good opening here. Can't quite see who's taken the lead at the moment. No paces, unfortunately, that I know of. So they are racing. But as we've seen, there's been some very good racing here tonight at Milers Club without the paces, because there have been people prepared to just take that pace and go for it. So on the outside there, it could be a Scotch uniform potentially. Let's see as they come through. No, I think it's Unfank from, it is Unfank, and that's the ballerine uniform. And that's Unfank from O'Donoghue. Kish in next position, then Dale. On the outside there, it's Sperling. He's got Williams to the inside of him, and then Egatawate. Green settling at the back at the moment. Very good opening here. And it is young Unfank from Ballerine. And it is Joshua. Saw his twin racing earlier. So Joshua takes them through 62. This is smart. Good running here from Unfank. He is on a mission. So he's got a 3:57 PB. Another one to watch out for, obviously, is Kish, another junior champion from the All Schools. He's got a 3:54. I'm not sure if it's 3:54 conditions here this evening, but gee, the race experience for these younger guys like Unfank and Kish is just invaluable as they go up against the senior runners like Chris Dale, who's currently sitting in 3rd position. But it's Kish to the outside of Unfank. Dale, Kish is going very wide at the moment. Dale's now leading through. So Kish to the outside of him. Unfank about to be swallowed up. Williams is moving nicely. Donohue's on the rail. And we've got Sperling on the outside. Also moving well is Cooper Giles from South Australia. Langdon sitting at the back of the pack there with Baggett and also Green. I think that's Logan sitting in the middle as well. It's from Diamond Valley. So they're through the 800 metre mark and about 2.6, so still moving nicely. A couple of the younger runners out there going, really pushing this pace, but now it is Christopher Dale, the St Stephen's runner. I think he's put the foot down here, and those young guys are just going with him. Kish being one of those. I think Williams also having a big run here tonight as well. So good to see Sam right back into the action here. But Chris Dale leading the way. Kish, one of the big talents on the Victorian middle distance scene at the moment. As Dale coming through the K in about 2:40. So they're pushing and they're pushing. They are really trying to keep this speed going here. Sperling sitting nicely there right at the back, but it is Dale, Kish, Williams. Then Sperling, Edgar Duarte. Then we got Giles. So Unfact sitting in that pack now. Langdon just in there at the moment, just behind Edgar Duarte. I think Giles is the one who's going to try and make the move into that lead pack. No changes up there at the moment. Now we're seeing a little bit of a launch, and that is Sperling making his way through. So the South Australian has gone past. I think Kish is being challenged a little bit at the moment. But out front, Dale still leading it. Sperling, then Williams, Kish. I think Giles moving his way through. Into the home straight. This is going to be close. Let's get behind all these runners. It's been an entertaining B race here. Dale's done so much of the work. Sperling going to the outside now. Williams coming with them. Sperling's got a bit of momentum, but I think Williams might have more. No, it's Sperling. Sperling's got the goods here. So Sperling will take it. Good run there, 3:54. Then Williams, Dale, Kish, Reese Langdon, big one from him. Then Green, Donahue, Langdon to the outside. Then on the inside we had Giles. Finishing out there too was Tom Lancaster, but great racing there in the men's B, 1,500 metres.
Move out of the way, please. You're our line of sight.
Time for the penultimate event. It is the women's A 1500. And we have a full field of 16. On the inside in Station 1, we welcome back to the Box Hill track Melissa Duncan. In 2 from South Australia, Molly Cook. 3 from Athletics Essendon, Lara Sakana. From Tasmania, in 4, we have Ella Atkins. From Williamstown, Piper Gay in 5. Also from Williamstown, Nissa Males, all schools champion. She's in 6. From Western Athletics, Lucy Cleveland in 7. Madison King from Glen Huntley in 8. From Tasmania, Violet Owens in 9. From Box Hill, Sophie Hall in 10. Also from Tasmania, Jessica Smith in 11. Imogen Baker Frankston, she's in 12. From South Australia, Zoe Toland in 13. Alexandra Schultz from Williamstown in 14. From South Melbourne, Gabrielle Vincent in 15. And from Western Australia, Keely Waters is in 16. 16 starters, the women's A 1,500 metres.
We're about to go. On your marks.
So a very good interstate contingent here, but also this is Melissa Duncan's come back to the 1,500 metres, so it'll be interesting to see how Lissy goes over this distance. We saw her run the 5K and break 16 minutes down at Geelong recently. Let's see what she's got in the legs over the 3 3/4 laps as they start to settle. Good opening here, and I think that could be Hall leading the way. So Sophie Hall leads it. Cleveland slipping into the next position. Baker, Maddie King. Also up there, Jessica Smith, the Tasmanian. Duncan sitting there with Violet Owen just to the outside of her. So 67 opening lap, that is fast. So Sophie Hall deciding she really wants to take the pace here. A few of the good youngsters up there include Maddie King. Also Violet Owens, the current national under 15, 1500 metre champion, the silver medalist in the 800, and she's also the all-schools champion. And Jessica Smith, she's the under 17 2K steeple champion with a 4:35 PB. So a lot of Tasmanian talent here. Ella Atkins, not forget about her too. She's got a 4:30 PB and national medalist in the 2K steeple. So a great Tassie contingent. This would be like a state championship for them, but they're up against some pretty damn good Victorians as well. Let's not forget about that. And also Toland and a few of the South Australians. So Hall's still leading. Now we're seeing Duncan forcing her way forward. Cleveland won't let her through though. So it's Hall, Cleveland, Duncan, Baker. So out front, Cleveland, Duncan, Hall. Pace just dropped a little bit on that second lap, hence why you have the likes of Duncan just wanting to move their way through. So Cleveland not letting Duncan take the lead at the moment. Hall content now to sit in third. Baker's still up there in fourth position. So Duncan, she's got a PB of 4:06. We're not going to see that tonight here from Lissy, but it is good to see her back on the track and running 1500s as she starts to relaunch her career back into the high echelon of Australian athletics. But she's up against some very talented youngsters, and they include Lucy Cleveland. Maddie King sitting back a little bit at the moment. She had a big run here when she ran the 4:23 at the last meet. But Lissy Duncan now charging forward. So Duncan, Cleveland, Hall. Then we have Toland, the South Australian, Baker. Also up there, Jessica Smith. Gap back there, and I think you can see Piper Gale in there. Also Nissa Males, Schultz. Molly Cook just coming through now. Gab Vincent just in front of her, but gee, out the front, Lissy Duncan's putting on a bit of a display here over 1500. The experience she's got in this event is just showing through beautifully, but a great experience for these juniors to be up against her and try and challenge her as they did over those opening laps. So Duncan into the last 200 metres. Let's see what she's got. She's been training well over the 400 metre reps, and let's see how she can close here at Box Hill here tonight. So Duncan, Cleveland, they're starting to draw in on Cleveland, so Hall's still up there, 4:04 on the clock. Let's get behind Lissy Duncan. What a great performer, and she is putting on a show here over this last 700 metres. Lissy Duncan is winding it up beautifully. She's going to have a big win here, so Duncan's going to take it. It's just going to be over the 4:20 mark, so Duncan takes it. Big run there from Jessica Smith, massive PB for her. Cleveland next in, then Toland, then Hall. Nissa Males comes through, then Piper Gay. Next one in, Violet Owen, then Baker, Sakina. Schultz in next position, then King. Next one in will be Keely Waters, Gab Vincent, then Cook, and rounding out will be Ella Atkins. So a very good run there. Lissy Duncan taking out the women's A1500. Oh, Lissy, she's a space cadet. Honestly. Let's go and give...
Sorry? That's all right. Happened again.
Melissa Duncan, you come back to the finish line, please.
What time are you going to try and do? Well, I was going to try the 800.
So last event number 43 of 43, and it is the men's A, well, depleted men's A 1500. We've gone from 16 to 10. In station 2, we have from New South Wales, Luke Young. In 3, it is Ajay Hadfield from Knox. Wolfgang Kochanamisi from Collingwood Harriers is in 4. Dale Carroll from Box Hill in 5. Barley Morell from Sandringham, he's in 9. Isaac Bibble, Box Hill in 10. From New South Wales, also Connor Whiteley is in 12. From Glen Huntley, Ed Marks is in 13. From Western Australia, we welcome Thomas Moorcroft in station 14, and Jake Stevens from Mornings Peninsula is in 16. They are your starters in the men's A 1500 metres.
Thank you, runners. On your marks.
So there should be 11 starters here. We will have a pacemaker. Lockie Hurd once again doing the duty here. So the great man who paced so many races at last Milers Club stepping in to help him out in this A race, and he's already out by about 3 to 4 metres. Someone better go with him. So Hurd leading the way here. Let's see how they settle. Whiteley's in the white uniform there, Sydney University. He's had a great season. I think I saw Louis Rowan around before. He'd love to see his 340 broken. Whiteley's the man who can do it. Moorcroft going nicely as well early. Bibble, Hadfield going. Kochanamisi sitting midfield. Good to see him back. Luke Young also thereabouts. So Whiteley's the one who's taking the pace here with Hurd. And they're going to go through in about 58. So we're on target to break that 340 if they can hold that pace. So Lockie Hurd's going to take him through for 2 laps. That's his job. Whiteley's the one who's got to go with him. Hadfield has got a lot to prove here tonight. He's sitting in 3rd position on the track, 4th behind the pacer. So Hurd's probably got a gap of about 3 to 4 metres still over Whiteley. Moorcroft in next position. So they're really strung out. Smallish field now. We're down to 10 actual runners in the race. So Hurd brings them through. Coming down to get 2 laps to go. Whiteley moving nicely. Hadfield's getting along beautifully. So Moorcroft second there. Now I'm seeing Carroll going alongside Bibble and just gets a little tap from Bibble as he goes through. Stevens sitting at the rear of the field in the orange uniform of Mornington. So through in 59, so pace has gone off a little bit, so we've really got to work this. They're on more like 344, 345 pace. So Whiteley still the only man going with Hurd and starting to push him along and goes past him. So Hurd's done the job to 900 metres. I think Carroll's made a bit of a move to get through into that next bunch there. But Whiteley looking strong. So they're coming through. I think that is Hadfield, I think, in 2nd position now. Moorcroft in 3rd. So Whiteley will be challenged on this last lap. Kochanamisi is still moving along nicely. He's got Dale Carroll right behind him. Moorcroft is starting to ease back and they don't want to get stuck behind him. Bibble in next position, then Marks, and then Young, then Stevens, and then Morell. But out front, Hadfield's the man who's going to challenge Connor Whiteley as they go into the last 300. So it's Whiteley, Hadfield, Moorcroft. Kochanamisi just edging past Moorcroft down the back straight. Hadfield going stride for stride, but I can just sense that Whiteley seems to have more go as they go into the last 200. So Whiteley just stretching it out a little bit more now. Hadfield trying to go with him. Kochanamisi in 3rd position over Moorcroft. And now we're seeing the power of Connor Whiteley. He's really had a great season. So it's good to see the New South Welshman down here representing Sydney Uni, pushing forward, pushing forward. Will be no record broken tonight, but it's going to be a nice performance here. Connor Whiteley stamps himself at Milers Club. 3:44 unofficial. Hadfield, good run there at 48. Then Moorcroft. Kochanamisi just under the 350. Then it was Carroll, Bibble, Young, also Marks, Stevens and Morell. So that's it for a very, very busy night here at Milers Club. Thank you to everyone who's attended. Big thanks to our supporting athletes, also the coaches and families who have come along for another big night here. So we now move to meet number 4, which is at the Essendon track at Aberfeldy. It will be the John Hyam 800s. It's also going to be the Victorian Mile Championship, the 100 and something running of that event. So please get your entries in. There's already over 100 entries in, which is great to see. Don't think it'll be a sellout, but still try and get the entries in early if you can. And we look forward to having another big crowd and an exciting meet at Essendon as we go forward to meet number 4, the 800s and the miles that Athletics Essendon will be hosting. Prep for the rest of the season here, and Jack Afferton, he's going to take the win in the men's 800, the South Australian just over the 150 mark. South Australia 1-2. Mitchell for the rest of the season here, and Jack Afferton, he's going to take the win in the men's 800, the South Australian just over the 150 mark. South Australia 1-2. Mitchell Griffith looks like she's going to take this out. Time's going to be pretty good for a comeback run, and Georgia Griffith, she'll take it 2:05, 2:06. Mitchell next. Georgia Griffith looks like she's going to take this out. Time's going to be pretty good for a comeback run, and Georgia Griffith, she'll take it 2:05, 2:06. Mitchell next. Take it. It's just going to be over the 4:20 mark. So Duncan takes it. Big run there from Jessica Smith. Massive PB for her. Cleveland next, and then to take it. It's just going to be over the 4:20 mark.